these two are just D-pad settings for the art menu and the equipment menu that I can just use by pressing left or right on the D-pad. And I'm going to change this setting. This setting is to some cutscenes, well, not cutscenes, but outside of cutscenes, there will be some times where it'll use the PS4 controller's mic and it'll talk through it. So I turn that off to only have the audio go through the TV. Because if I do that, my PS4 controller is like right below the mic, because I have a mic stand now, and that would go directly into the mic, and that would probably hurt y'all. So I'm turning that off. Alright then, so since I control the timer this time, I'm doing a direct stream. I'll do it myself. 3, 2, 1, start.
Yay.
Alright, so thank God this game has cutscene skips, because there are a good number of cutscenes that are pretty lengthy in this game. The beginning's pretty basic.
The opening would be like
Yeah,
15, 20 minutes if there weren't cutscene skips, wouldn't it?
yeah, it was. The beginning's pretty basic. It's mainly just at first you just go into the forest, kill some boars, but it teaches you how to deal with the battle system, like how the soul system works, how break souls work, how when you run out of souls, what happens, basic things like that. So the majority of this run will be using one martial art with Velvet called, I believe in the English version, Gouging Spin.
Yes, it is.
Very,
it's Gouging Spin.
Yeah, it's a very, very quick move, and I use it a lot, and it's very good for getting stuns, especially later in the game. So get used to seeing that move. You're going to see a lot of it.
It's also I believe the first star that you get on it actually lowers its SP consumption.
Yes.
So it makes it just all around probably one of the best things you can pick up, start using early on.
Alright, you level up arts in this game as you use them, so the more you use an art, the lower the cost is on it, the higher the stun chances, and I believe they do slightly more damage. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, a little bit more damage.
Yeah.
It's very, very small.
And then, if you were here earlier when we were streaming Zestiria, the titles in this game work the same as Zestiria, except the leveling up is a little different for them. So in this game, you level them up by completing certain tasks. You won't see it impact the speedrun too much, but I believe you still put on art damage, correct?
Yes.
So, the second that one becomes available, Burn will be turning that one on to increase art damage up some more. But you can get some that like increase stun chance, stun duration.
I think there's one that increases damage to stunned enemies. There's
Yeah.
one that decreases the cost based on the number of stars the skill is. It does take forever to actually level arts up. I think I had like over 2,000 uses on a couple arts in my casual playthrough, and they're still ranked like 2 or 3 out of 5. So
It's fine. There's a great shot perk that will help you leveling up a lot faster.
oh yeah. I'm just saying for this run, we're probably not gonna even using it the entire time. It's not going to even level up that much. So
Oh, the difficulty set is normal. Simple takes away it really simplifies the battle system. It takes away damage bonuses, which you will actually need for a majority of these bosses. So playing on simple is actually more detrimental than helpful, and it really doesn't lower the stats of the enemies too much to where it would be like a huge difference.
Yeah, and then if you go on the higher difficulties in this game, it increases their resistances and HP, but it doesn't actually change their stats too much. There's a little bit of a difference, but most of the bigger effect is the fact that you're going to be getting less experience when you're on higher difficulties, which is another reason why you wouldn't be doing that in a speed run.
Alright, so this tutorial will give me a new art. Forgot what it's called in English because I played it.
it's Searing Edge.
Searing Edge, okay. Searing Edge is another art you'll probably see a lot of. It is a fire-based hidden art. It doesn't scale off of art attack or just basic attack normally. It scales off of the lowest of the two. So trying to find a medium between the two stats is essential in keeping optimal damage with this move, and every other hidden art as well.
Actually, didn't know that.
So you see a little bit of an example there in that fight of what happens when you actually run out of SP in this game. You can still keep attacking, but the second you hit a guarded unit, you actually get a little bit of a recoil afterwards.
It also increases the start lag on all your moves a bit as well.
Yeah. But the second you enter Break Soul, with at least with a Velvet in her Therian state, which you'll see later on, she actually is not affected by that at all, so she can just keep spamming until she leaves Therian mode.
Yes, and I will be using that to my advantage in a lot of these bosses. Now, as far as my movement speed outside of battles goes, there's a little bit I can do in the beginning to make myself move a little bit faster. I'll have to do a lot of buying and selling here to make that happen. Forgot what they're called. They're like these little crystals that you can get that'll increase your movement speed by 10%. There are 3 of them in the game. 2 of them...
It's Wanderer's Venneat, I think, is the first, or Vendit, or something like that is the first one in English. And you get it by upgrading the shop to rank 2.
Yeah.
At least the first one I know of.
And that's what I'm pretty much doing here after these cutscenes, is boosting my rank up the shop 2 as fast as possible. And that'll increase my movement speed by 10%. It saves about a minute to a minute and a half getting it this early.
And that persists through the rest of the game as well, so...
Like I said, the other 2 you get are story-based, so I can't get those any sooner. Alright, so shop guy over here. Gonna unequip her armor. Sell 6 of these, sell her armor. Oh, I was supposed to get this resist ring. I forgot to get that. You can actually open up that chest through that little fence there, if y'all didn't know that. So I'm gonna buy 2 apple gels, 1 amber blade. Gonna equip the amber blade, then sell her blood blade and these 2 apples. Then buy 1 apple gel, and boom, shop rank 2. Now you probably won't notice the 10% increase in it, but for a huge noticeable change with it, I'd say probably play this game again in New Game, and then play New Game Plus while bringing over all of the crystals over. So you have all 3 of them when you start. It's very, very noticeable. I can notice the change here, but some of you might not.
Yeah, I was doing some basic reading as well. I didn't find that until I did my first upgrades on my weapon. It's surprising how big a difference that 10% movement speed makes. So rushing it makes the most sense to do.
So you may have noticed a neat little thing already. You might have seen the field enemies, they'll have their exclamation point above them and start running at Burden, and then all of a sudden stop. Well, when you hug a wall in this game, all AI pathing immediately stops your character unless they are a beetle or a boar, in which they track your last known position. So it's really handy if you want to get away and just not fight anything. And I did not know this guy doesn't attack.
Yeah, he doesn't. I usually just stand there. He usually attacks after the 3rd flip, but sometimes he doesn't. That's really rare that he does 4 flips. That's why I tried to do a forward dash. I usually let him flip 3 times. On the 4th one, he'll try to swipe me, so I usually quick step it. I've actually never seen that before, so that's kind of weird.
So for the plot right there, that's a demon, and as we are right now, we really can't fight or do any damage. Any attack you would do right there does 0 damage. So it's just a plot-based thing, like, hey, by the way, this is going on, and people are dying, so...
Alright, I'm gonna hug the wall here, and this werewolf cannot track me. Now, I'm gonna abuse that a lot in this run, because most of the enemy typings in this game track your movements, and for some reason, hugging the walls will make them lose sight of you. The only type of enemies that I know that are not being affected by this are stag beetles. They sort of charge at you no matter where your position is, or rather where your position was when they first spotted you, and boars when they see you and they start moving. Because they also have sort of a wherever you're standing, they'll charge after. Every other type of enemy that just follows and tracks your movements, you can just hug the wall and they can't do a thing. Alright. This fight, I try to keep them all bunched together so I can hit them once with each of my attacks, but it can be kind of tough to do at times. Especially because of their flipping. But yeah, pretty much I'm just mashing here. All the button
Say all your arts are off in this battle. Like you don't get to actually control what you're doing for the most part. So
they actually turn them off for the next fight too. Well, ones that aren't binded.
You keep them, but you can't actually change them if you didn't change them going into the fight.
Yeah.
So since he set them beforehand, he can still do the same thing he was intending to do, but you can't actually modify them until after the next fight. So, for story purposes.
This tutorial is quick stepping. One of her. Whoa. I've never had her start with that. She usually comes after me and tries to attack me 2 times. That was really weird. She started with the spell.
I haven't seen that either. Yeah, so quick stepping is basically if you hold guard and hit in a direction, you kind of jump in that direction. It's interesting because you can also use it to do kind of what I call a parry, where if you quick step on, like, right around when you're getting hit, it's probably a couple frame window, it'll reduce the damage you're taking to 0, and it will usually send a soul flying somewhere on the battlefield for some character to pick up, whether that's you or a party member. So it's usually pretty decent to do if you, or especially if you're like low on souls to begin with. But obviously for the tutorial fights, it's not a huge deal.
Alright, so they actually don't let you go into the menus and change any of Velvet's equipment or arts until you go get her some clothes that are in the chest up ahead. I don't have to anyway, but that's just something I like to mention. It's in this chest right over here. Now, Ceres will join us on some of these fights, but I cannot control her. She can be very useful if she uses her fire spell during stuns, but well, she's doing it right there, but this enemy dies too fast for that to happen. There'll be a fight later on that'll actually be very helpful if she does that.
I believe they recycled a Zestiria character's entire moveset for her, right?
Yeah, it's Lila.
Yeah, it's Lila.
She's just a reskinned Lila at, I think, like level 8.
Yeah, so.
Oh, and another thing I like to mention, Tales of Berseria likes to throw a lot of fights at you that you don't really quote-unquote kill them or deplete all of their HP. There's a lot of fights that end after you take about half their health, 1/4 of their health, or 3/4 of their health. What?
Also, another reason why Gouging Spin is so good, it actually has a really big hitbox outside the 2 lines you see drawn. It can get people standing like parallel next to you.
I wish I didn't have to skip that cutscene because that's where you first meet Magulu.
Magic Isaiah.
Like a dove.
Coo.
Alright, this is a Void Ring. I'm going to equip it to Velvet ASAP. It gives a little bit of a attack boost.
So equipment in this game gives you skills kind of like, they're passive skills you can set in the back, kind of like in a Final Fantasy IX, where the Void Ring gives you an attack +5 when you get 20 grade while with it equipped. and it's just a permanent boost for the rest of the game. You don't have to equip it. There's nothing you have to do other than equip the weapon until you learn the skill off of it. So.
This is the fight I was mentioning earlier, that it would help a lot if she used her spell during stun, but I don't rely on that. This fight also ends after you get his HP to half. But this is Rokuro. He'll be joining the party very shortly after this fight. So almost there. What? There we go.
He's also he's gonna be, I think, still, unless you did a major reroute last time, he should be used quite a bit. But he's a little bit of a glass cannon, especially in the speed run. He's gonna die a lot.
Yeah, I agree with Omega there. I played Berseria actually shortly after I played this game for the first time, and it reminded me of this actually.
I mean, they did the same thing in Berseria, but I believe in Berseria you even have to equip the skills afterwards, I thought. But I could be remembering wrong. It's been a long time since I played Berseria.
Yeah, you have the skills afterwards.
Yeah, this one it's all just automatically done once you learn it. So
the skill system in that is kind of similar to how they did the skills, applying the skills in Zilia, where you have the limit of how many you can have on at a time.
Alright.
Of course, this one doesn't give you a limit.
There's just gold in this chest. Another thing I want to mention, I kind of overcompensate on gold in this game because later on I'll be getting a lot of my equipment from shops, and shop equipment in this game, just like in Zestiria, is RNG. Absolute pure RNG. There are some workarounds I do have in case I don't get what I need, but later on in the game it can be pretty impactful. Alright, so this is another fight that you don't completely deplete their HP. This is Oscar. He can be kind of a lengthy fight compared to the past ones because he has a resistance to fire, so any and every attack Shuri's has his fire, so it does like little to no damage to this guy. Alright. I think you only need to get his health to 1/4. I actually forgot she had a heal spell. This is one of the fights I really wish I had my break souls for, but you get it right after this fight. There we go. It's just 1/4. Alright, so this is the real boss. And this is where I actually start to get break souls.
This is also really easy when you have break souls.
Yeah, it is. Just gouging spin, break soul, gouging spin. Hopefully it gets stunned enough where you can keep it going.
right, so the reason stun is really good is whenever you hit a stun, you steal one soul from the opponent and add it to your own, which is important because you use them for your break souls, which kind of makes Velvet stupidly broken. Especially because I believe the longer your combo goes, the higher your stun chances as well.
Yeah.
So
also, her break soul is really unique in the fact that if they're downed, you actually immediately bring them back up when you connect with her break soul.
Yes. There are some arts that Velvet gets later on that will give her wake up properties on it. One art I can name offhand is Water Snake's Wake. And I do use it for that purpose later on because I do use some moves or arts later on that have some knockdown on it. I know somebody in here was mentioning later on during J Moto's run that they don't like using Velvet against armored foes because all she has is Megasonic Thrust. Well, I actually found a use for Megasonic Thrust because I will be fighting some armored foes later on. Now, I really don't like dealing with the monsters in the beginning of the game because there's a lot of stag beetles around sometimes. The monster layouts are random. So you can get as little as 0 stags and you can get 3 stags. Luckily for me, that stag beetle's way over there. Another thing I'd like to mention, that eagle there is about my running speed. If I did not get the crystal earlier on from that shop, he would be faster than me. And it used to be a pain trying to deal with both the eagle and the stag beetles. But now that I can move faster, the eagle's not a problem anymore. Nah, it wasn't Omega. It was somebody else. I don't remember what their name was. Alright, so this is mainly the reason why I go get the crystal to boost my movement speed by 10%, because there is a lot of walking in this area. And it's actually a while before you actually go to another shop to be able to boost your shop rank.
So we did talk about why you're playing in Japanese, right? It's just right now you're used to the button configuration since Japanese PlayStation
it's
uses circle to confirm and
it's purely
X to cancel.
Yeah.
So until you get to PC where you can remap buttons, and you wanted to get a certain time on PS4 before going to PC anyway, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So
I wanted to try to nail a sub 6 and then I'll see what I do after that. I've just been spending so much time in the lab trying to make these fights better. That's all I've been doing. I actually bought this game day one. I actually bought a PlayStation 4 just for this game. So currently it is the only game I own besides the English version of this game on disc. This thing is literally a Tales of Berseria player for me right now.
I bought a Japanese copy as well last time I went there, because Tales games are stupid cheap in Japan. Almost across the board, actually.
Yeah. Alright, so after this, Rokuro actually joins the party. Now these kind of cutscenes you can't exactly skip. You just have to hold a button to make the text go by faster. So okay. I usually try to see if there's a void ring in there, but there wasn't, so I'm going to give the Velvet's void ring to Rokuro. And that's mainly because of a skill that Rokuro has. In English it's called Form 1. It's a very, very good skill this early in the game. Gotta change their strategies. Wait. I want to turn that off. Alright. So in the strategy settings there, the default strategy settings for the characters when you first get them, there's one for HP values. If it reaches a certain HP value, like I think 25%, 50, 75, they have things like that, they'll actually go into sort of a defensive retreating mode and they won't attack. I turn all of that off because I want everybody to be as aggressive as possible. There's actually a couple of times where the AI will sort of goof around, as I like to call it. They sort of like move around for like 5 or so seconds and don't attack, and it's really annoying to deal with when you're relying on that character to attack if you're trying to get a chain.
And I don't know if they had it in Zestiria as well, but this is one of the first Tales I can think of where you can't directly, or 3D Tales anyway, that you can't directly macro a specific command for an ally. So for example, in the Symphonia run that Jay was doing, he was macroing specific commands for his CPU controlled partners, so they would just usually spam an art. You can't do that in this game. There's no way of giving direct commands to your allies beyond controlling them.
Zestiria had it too. There are shortcuts, however, but unfortunately they're only for the character you control. They're not for your allies. It's very, very useful to have that in the Tales of game. Because I don't know about you, but I don't like relying on the CPU to do everything themselves.
I've always considered it's kind of like having Marvel vs. Capcom Assist, except they're just constantly doing it. So it's really nice for just keeping things stun locked.
When you're speedrunning these Tales of games, you really want everything to be as consistent as possible, I imagine, most of the time. So the fact that you don't really have shortcuts for your allies here, it can lead to trouble sometimes. Now, even though Rokuro is the main damage dealer for the majority of the beginning of the game, I'd have him controlled as the ally because, believe it or not, Velvet is actually even worse controlled as the AI.
Yep.
Never ever rely on Velvet, especially with her Break Soul. Because another thing with her Break Soul, when she gets into her Therian form, as they like to call it in the English version, her HP is constantly draining, and she also takes more damage in that mode, but she can't be killed. But once her HP reach 1, it automatically takes her out, and there's usually an art, depending on who you hit with the Consume Claw move, which enters her Therian mode. It'll use one of whatever specific type arts that they're weak against.
Which is really useful, actually, because it's the only way that I know of, at least in the speedrun setting, to have a human weak art in the game.
Yes. Actually, Velvet does have one, but it's a really, really, really late level move. And that upsets me still to this day.
Well, it's that, and it costs so much SC to use it.
Yeah.
It's almost not worth it.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I think I got it just in time for the final boss.
I guess we should explain why weakness for this stuff is actually a pretty big deal. So every enemy in the game has 1, 2, or 3 types that they are. There's like human, fiend, demi-human, flying, armored, crustacean, a bunch of different types they can be, as well as they'll have an elemental weakness of there's normal, fire, water, wind, and earth. I don't think there's any others.
Yeah.
And if you hit them with everything that they're weak to, you actually get a damage multiplier until the combo ends. So being able to do that, it's a 1.75 multiplier, I believe. It might go up as the combo goes up as well. I'm not 100%
it starts
sure.
at 1.75, but it can scale up. I don't exactly remember how to scale up. It just sort of happens. I'm like, okay. I haven't really looked too deeply into that, actually.
So in general, it's pretty important to try to hit them with as many, if you have a chance to try to hit them with everything they're weak to, just to up the damage multiplier and kill them a bit faster.
And if you get really lucky, you can add the chain multiplier on top of stun damage as well. And if you can get a Mystic Art off during that, you can pretty much one-shot the boss.
And the next fight actually puts a tutorial up for you about chains. And I preset the combination they want you to use, because you have to hit them with 3 specific arts in a specific order.
Yeah, otherwise it won't let you out of the tutorial.
Yep. Another useful thing are some status effects that you can inflict on enemies in the game as well. I'd say the most useful one is burn. Well, there it goes right there. You can tell if an enemy is burned if, you know, they're slightly orange and they have flames around them, just like this. Now what burn does in this game, all status effects increases stun chance, but for burn, their hit stun is increased, so it's easier to combo them. Velcro isn't really working too well with me. There we go. Now as you can see the damage that we're actually doing to him now that I got a chain started. And another thing I like to mention too is soul count. Now soul count is actually pretty important to pay attention to. You can tell what your enemy's soul count is right in the middle of their HP bar there. You'll see all those little diamonds there. They have soul just like me or my allies do. Now for soul count, a lot of things get factored in that they really don't cover in tutorials. One of the things that's important to me is stun chance. Now, the lower your soul count is comparatively to the enemy you're attacking and what their soul count is, it could increase your stun chances or lower your stun chances. So if I have a lower soul count than the enemy I'm fighting does, then I can have a higher chance for stuns. So sometimes I quick switch to my party members and have them use a break soul like really early in the fight so I can stun the boss really, really quickly. It was pretty solid.
I don't know if we've mentioned this, but break souls, whenever you use them, consume one of your souls and give them to the opponent as well. So stuns basically steal one, break souls give one in exchange for a pretty powerful ability.
And yes, and bosses can use break souls. Dial didn't really get a chance to because I believe he needs 3 soul in order to use his. I think if you play on higher difficulties, however, they can use break souls with less than 3 souls. I've heard that from somebody, but I don't know that for sure.
Interesting. I didn't know that. So I only played a normal difficulty anyway, so.
Yeah, me too. I always play games first time on normal.
Same. Except for Shin Megami Tensei games, but.
So yeah, there's a lot of resource management you have to take into consideration when you're fighting enemies. Another thing I'd like to mention is if an enemy does a static infliction on you, such as burn, stun, paralysis, you also lose one stun and they gain one, just as what would happen if you did it to an enemy.
Right. One thing that's useful about Velvet is that you can actually purify any status ailment you have by using a break soul yourself. I don't know if the other characters can as well, but that is one thing that was pretty useful for her. So at this point in the story, Dial was a head of a shipping guild that was doing some illegal business in town that ended up being demonized and kicked out of the town for it. And they were punishing the shipping guild, which meant they couldn't help us rebuild our ship. So we went to go kill him, which we didn't actually do, but we pretended we did. So we're coming back to town for them to fix our ship. So there's a bit of running around back and forth right here. Just to kind of progress the plot line.
Again. That's why I increased my movement speed.
Yeah, there's a lot of running early.
This talk prompt is really, really weird, by the way. Sometimes when you're like right in front of the guy's face, you can't talk to him. You have to like be in like a really weird position to talk to him. I don't know why it's like that. And this tutorial is really just going over upgrading equipment. I really won't be doing that in the run, so it's pretty irrelevant to me.
But if
It
you're playing this game
upgrades
casually,
the-
you need to upgrade.
Yeah. Upgrading is very useful casually.
Yeah. It ups the stats on the weapon as well as giving it passive abilities. Usually the first one is, I believe, always based on what it is. So like your weapon will do extra damage to stunned enemies for the first one. Every time it starts at 10%, goes up 10% each time you rank up. At least through the first 3, I haven't ever upgraded a weapon all the way through to see what it looks like at +9, but
Yeah, so we'll get into Mystic Arts later. You actually get Mystic Arts pretty early in this game. But for now, we have to walk all the way back to where the ship got wrecked. Come all the way back and go back into the cave where Dial was. Then go back into town.
it is so nice they put that warp in the cave for Dial.
Yeah.
That would have been a lot of extra walking.
After I beat Dial, he did give me a bottle to warp out of dungeons. But
It's a Denora bottle in English, I believe.
yeah.
So,
There'll be another bottle I'll get later that'll let me warp between towns as well.
which
but
is called an Enough bottle.
yes. It's a free life bottle. I just grab it since it's there.
But I was actually surprised how expensive Enough and Enough bottles are in the shop in this game. They're like 400 gold. It's like the same as a life bottle almost.
Yeah. Another reason why I pick up so many chests with gold in it.
They're also like they don't show up in the shop for a while as well. It's really weird.
Yeah, the enough bottles show up right before you go to Warg Forest.
Alright. Which is about where I had my little mini rooting stuff that wasn't great, but it was enough to kind of give me a basic start.
Yeah, to use Mystic Arts, all you need is a 3 blast for a level 1. For level 2s, you need a 4 blast, and for level 3s, you need 5 blast. But we won't be getting level 3s in this because you have to do a lot of stuff to get it.
Yeah. You also have to have a certain combo length of, I believe it's not even the number of hits, it's actually number of attacks, like individual arts that connect, and it's 8 for level 4. I don't know. It was always really weird for me because I would have really long combos do it.
The
and
8,
get a,
it was an 8.
It depends. It depends on every character. Every character has a different different qualifier it needs. Like Velvet's is she has to be in Therian form and she has to have like a 5 or 6 combo.
It's 8. I know that. I know the number was 8, but it was really weird because I would have longer combos on that and it didn't actually work. I didn't realize you had to be Therianized as well.
Yeah, the 8 art combo thing is for level 2s. For level 3s, you had to use the third break soul for most of them. Magulu was
Okay.
different. There was a certain spell absorption art that had to be used, and you had to hold the button down. But there is another way to use level 3s or level 2s without having to do all that. I can get into that right now. Okay, so when you use a Mystic Art, if you hold the button down, and if other party members also have enough blast, you can do what's called a Mystic Art link. You can link Mystic Arts up by holding the directional pad in whatever party order they're in. It can also go for party members that aren't in, and you can also switch them in at the same time. Now, when you get the other Mystic Arts, such as the level 2s and level 3s, if they have enough for that, after you use the second one in the chain, the third one will scale up to a level 2. And the rest of them, if they also have enough for a level 2, those will be level 2s, and the last one, if they have 5 blasts and they can use their third Mystic Art, will be the level 3 Mystic Art. So that's another way you could use it without having to...
Go through the individual character requirements.
Exactly, yeah. You have to still have it available to use it, but... as far as having to worry about using third break souls for it, you don't have to worry about any of that.
At least Rokuro's was really easy to trigger. His third Mystic Art.
Oh yeah, you have to do a lot of... yeah, it's a lot of countering.
It's just do his Break Soul and hold down the Break Soul button, and he goes into it. It goes into using a blade, and then it's like, okay, now I missed a card.
Alright, so going back in the town, but the whole town's on high alert, so we're gonna be fighting a lot of the guards here. These are pretty quick, but the other guards in town are a bit tougher than this. Now the next fight, you just fight a bunch of guards. I never really looked into if it's how many you kill or if you kill a certain amount in a certain number of time pass. I think it's how many you kill. But this fight will be a lot of...
I didn't look into it either. Basically, it's going to continually spawn enemies for a little bit.
Yeah.
The fight will just end after a while for all intents and purposes, once he kills a bunch of them.
This fight will have a lot of break soul.
Yeah, so again, every time you kill... oh, I don't know if I mentioned this, but anytime you kill an enemy, you off... well, so you kind of use that to chain through enemies where you'll kill one, finish it off with a break soul, get the soul from it, and use that soul while Therianized to kill another one. It's pretty basic stuff with Velvet. It's part of what makes her so... like, enjoyable to play as casually. She's pretty simple, but also really powerful.
He's very good for runs. There are a couple times I do control other characters, but it's mostly Velvet.
I think in my little rooting experiment stuff that I was doing, I think I only ever changed off Velvet if she got down to 1 soul and I didn't trust a stun to happen. I would swap over to Eleanor if I had her.
There's a few fights in this Aizen's really good to use.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure my rooting is terrible. It was done pretty rapidly, just trying to gauge what the run was going to look like. But
I'll be releasing my notes pretty soon anyway, so if you want to look over those.
So, I guess we can go into real quick. Every character does have a different break soul. Rokuro, since he's in the party, his in particular is essentially a counter. If he uses his and is attacked while he's in kind of his little waiting stance, that's what triggers his. Every character's is pretty different, so that's just what his does.
Rokuro's is currently turned off because every time you hit somebody with one, it knocks them down, and when a character's down, they take less damage.
Yeah.
One thing that is nice is that Velvet's break soul does pop up down to enemies, which is always nice to see in Tales games. Any art that does that is usually pretty valuable.
Alright, so here's Teresa and her 2 slaves. Now what I like to try to do here, I try to like keep the 2 slaves around each other like that, stun them, and searing edge them. And they usually go down pretty quickly, and I'll Teresa herself's a little bit annoying, but if I can get her over here to where these boxes are, it should be a lot easier to deal with. There we go. She doesn't use her break soul. Well, there you go. That's her break soul. You see how much simpler this is? Oh. And she can do that. Never mind. But she's almost dead anyway. It's a lot easier if you do that. If you actually give her the room, it's kind of annoying to deal with her. Alright, for some reason they ask if you want to save there. I don't see a million of my save files. On the ship you just talk to people. There'll be another fight like right after you talk to all the stars here. And after that fight we did sort of kidnap one of her slaves. She calls him number 2, but later on he'll actually have a real name. Alright, so this is Aizen. Now, we were talking about types some time ago. Aizen actually is what we like to call an unknown type. When there's an unknown type, you actually cannot chain them because the unknown type can actually... There's actually nothing that is effective against unknown types. So,
I believe all Malachim are unknown, right?
Yes.
So
every single one of them are unknown. So
whenever you break art them with Velvet in your Therianized form, your finisher is going to be, I believe, randomized as well. As the other thing that happens with it.
It's random every single time.
It's really annoying sometimes because some of them are kind of bad.
Yeah, some of the break soul arts that you could use are not helpful at all. They can end up actually doing like little to no damage.
If not outright whiffing sometimes as well.
Alright, I used to actually go to this shop right over there where that pirate is, but there's actually going to be another shop in the cave that has everything that that guy has, so there's no reason to go to him just yet.
Gotta put a smile on the turtle's face.
Oh, those cutscenes were the best.
I always just laugh because I just pictured the turtles guy as Joey Wheeler from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, it's close enough.
Oh yeah.
Got out of card games, got into traveling salesman. It works.
Yeah, I'd like to mention that the Turtles' voice acting is night and day from English to Japanese. They're nothing alike.
Well, I'm sure. I use the English dub when I played through. That's what I usually do if there's that option. But
the Japanese voice for the Turtles is like this cutesy voice, and the English voice is like some middle-aged guy from like New Jersey.
I can't say so. Apparently, they think that like a Brooklyn accent's kind of cutesy or something.
I wonder if it's the same type of accent because I know Labras in Persona 4 had a weird accent, or like a different regional accent. I wonder if it's a similar type of thing. They just said like, oh, he's got a different accent. But you're saying cutesy, that doesn't sound right to me. So.
They actually sound like merchants. Well, I guess so, actually. I always see a lot of people bash on English Kamoana.
I think it's a lot better than Japanese.
Both ways. I do think it's actually just a filter they put over her voice that's awful if it's equally bad in both Japanese and English.
The thing is, it's like the Japanese voice, it's okay, but when she cries, it's like just ear piercing to me. But the English one is like, her voice is, but her crying is a lot more tolerable. So it's like, which one do I choose?
I personally don't think better, even though crying, yeah.
Oh, another thing to mention, if you don't like Kamoana, you definitely will not like her fight in the speedrun.
Oh god.
She is absolutely one of the most threatening bosses. Her spells...
So when I was doing my routing, I had a friend help, or was doing some little work on the side as well, and I got to the Therian Beetle, I forget what exactly he's called. He got to Kamoana and said, no, you don't know what bad fights are until you get to Kamoana.
Yeah. I agree with him.
Nothing until that is too bad outside of Shigure's one is awful as well. Until I actually just looked at your videos like, oh, that's what you do.
Yeah, Shigure can be a nuisance too. Okay, so like I said, the equipment here is random. There's actually really nothing worth to get here, which is really strange because usually I do pick at least one thing up. I think I'll go with the Amber Dagger for Rokuro. There wasn't a Void Ring. Fire Ring to Laphicet. Gave him the Amber Dagger. And let's see. As far as arts go, this is Megasonic Thrust.
So how good is your Japanese, by the way? It's got to be fun to deal with every time you go to a randomized shop.
Now I'm just remembering like what I do in the menus. Like I know what the arts are.
I meant for the randomized shops, having to figure out what each thing is on the fly.
Oh yeah, yeah. You get kind of accustomed to what they are.
Arts are easy. It's since they're always in the same places, even if you don't know what the language is.
Now Aizen's Break Soul, unlike Rokuro's Break Soul, is actually useful at many times in the beginning of the run. His can only be activated if an enemy is stunned or downed. And he flies up into the air and shoots down this fireball, and it does really good damage for what it's worth.
It's also type Dragon, which is rare they get a good ability that has type Dragon on it, and B, his is huge AoE.
Alright, and I guess we have number 2 / Laphicet spoilers later, or in our party as well. His is essentially just a party-wide all divide, where for 5 seconds everyone in your party takes half damage. As you rank it up and do more with it, it'll do like increased stun chance and duration and things like that on your side as well.
Phil Visage, no. I actually use their stun arts a lot. I'm not really into the whole like all the souls for Velvet. It's like, get everybody together, let's try to stun this boss as much as possible and take advantage of the stun multiplier.
So one thing to bring up in this game, while you can't control like micro controls on your teammates, you can actually quickly switch over to them if you just hold guard and then hit the direct D-pad in the direction you want to go.
Yes.
And so a really good thing to do is playing somebody like Velvet, who has a very high stun chance on a lot of people, is stun and then immediately switch to Aizen and trigger his Break Soul. It's a good way of racking up damage really quickly.
This is where I use Megasonic Thrust, by the way. It's very, very good if you get a stun. Because when they're stunned, they cannot be downed.
Yeah, the normal downside for Megasonic Thrust is that it does knock enemies down a ton, which, again, lowers the damage you're actually outputting in the fight. So, it's the second hidden art you unlock in the game. It's Earth type with, I believe...
Wind. No, no,
wind?
It's just Earth. It's just Earth, my bad.
It's Earth and... I want to say demi-human, but I could be wrong.
It's
Armored.
Armored? Okay.
It's,
I'm bad. It's okay.
It's alright. It's the only move Velvet gets for a while that's effective against Armored type. Like that's kind of the reason why somebody in here in the chat was saying that they don't like using Velvet against armored foes, because that's really the only move she gets for a while. Luckily, I can show if he's still here, since the next boss I'm fighting actually is armored type. It's actually the boss of this area. First we have to go into this little closed room that has books. Oh yeah, there is a fight right after that, before that boss. Yeah, it's not that fight, it's the one after that one.
You can talk now.
Oh yeah, hi, sorry for the delay. Personal stuff going on.
That's alright.
How's it going, man? You are satisfied so far?
We're at Vortigern right now.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Now, for some reason, around this area, when I try to use the wall hugging strat, it's kind of wonky and doesn't work sometimes. As you can see there, I hugged that wall and the lizard was still trying to chase me. It only seems to do that with, I guess, invisible walls that are not actually like visible, walls that you can actually see with your eyes. That's only a thing in like 2 rooms. This is actually one of them. Okay, that time it worked. I don't know why it does that. It's just been sort of like a 50-50 thing with me. That isn't actually the most dangerous room with that setup. There's another one coming later with a really long ladder that can have as much as to like 3 lizards in there. The lizardmen are actually kind of fast. I think they're about the same movement speed as me right now. Once again, that's another reason why I routed in getting that crystal early. Without it, there's a lot of enemies that can move faster than you. On New Game Plus, you don't have to worry about that. You'll be so fast moving, unless you screw up yourself, they have no chance of catching up to you. Alright, so before we go through the trapdoor, there's a boulder here we have to push down.
This drove me nuts casually. I could not figure this out.
Yeah, I got stuck on that when I played this the first time too.
I found that by accident, actually. I just was running by it because I went up here first. I saw the prompt. I was like, alright.
Yeah, same here. Totally random going up here first. And I had no idea what was happening later on. I saw, oh, there's a hole. Okay.
Alright, that bronze chest just had more gold in it. Like I said, I overcompensate a lot on my gold because equipment is random, the cost is random, because the random skills attached to it can change the price of the equipment, and it can, especially later on, be within a really wide range of cost.
It can over double the cost of equipment, essentially.
Yeah. And that chest was another Denora bottle. I just go ahead and grab that because having a freebie instead of buying it is great. Alright, this guy has 2 Mollikin with him. I go after the little weasel guy first though, because he's faster to kill. And he's also kind of annoying for the AI to deal with, so I help him out with him. The little bower stole my soul. That's another thing I should mention. Later on, I'll get something that's called guard charge. Whenever you hold guard for a certain amount of time, there'll be this red aura around your character, and the next attack you'll do will break their guard. If they are guarding, when you use a guard charge, you will break their guard, and if they have any soul on them, it'll knock it out, and it'll scatter on a random part of the battlefield. Now, it's very good that it happens, but your AI partners will most of the time go straight after it if they're not doing anything. So it can often end up into a fight of you fighting them for that loose soul. Just as Laphicet did there with me. I do not know why they're not attacking him. Did I? Laphicet's not attacking. What is he doing? Hold up. Oh. I sent him in defensive stance. What in the world? I thought it was the AI being dumb. That was all me. Okay. Weird. I don't know how that happened.
Trying to pin the blame on Lofty set, dude. Come on.
I mean, hey, I did mention to them earlier that the AI can be goofy sometimes. And it's not really a glitch either. It's quote-unquote normal. I know when the PC version first came out for Berseria, there was a really bad AI glitch where they couldn't combo at all. But this has nothing to do with it. I'm playing on PS4, so there's none of that. And
Yeah, that one was PC exclusive.
Yeah, they fixed that glitch, by the way, on PC. So if you don't have the game, you don't have to worry about that glitch anymore. They quickly fixed that one. Alright, so we're about to get to the end of this area. This door was...
Now they fixed it. It's actually a decent PC port as well.
Yeah. Same can be said for the Symphonia PC version. That was a mess at first. Okay, luckily for me, this is the room that I mentioned before. That was the most dangerous room. There are no lizards here, so it's easy to pass through. Now what we're doing here, you see that big gate right there? The two levers that I'm going to be pulling is going to open that up. And for some reason, the cutscene of that gate opening cannot be skipped. That's one of the very few cutscenes in the game that you can't skip. And after I activate the second lever, once I go up the ladder, there will be a boss. This one's automatically through a cutscene. The one on the other side I have to do manually. Alright, I'm going to make a little adjustment to Aizen. I'm going to have him use the Wind Lance instead of using martial arts, because this boss is one of the first bosses that actually has a void resistance, which is pretty much most of martial arts are void or normal.
And then most of Locke's spells have void on as well. But his spells are also just so good, it's kind of hard to compensate for it.
This is also where you first get Mystic Arts. This tutorial is just telling you how to use them. I use a Break Soul here because he can block a lot of your attacks. So that's just for insurance. Now, luckily for me, the other characters don't get their Mystic Arts until this fight is over with. So even though they have a blast gauge now, they cannot use them. Now as for me, this guy is an armored type. So I use armored effective moves. Mega Sonic Thrust one of them. Aizen's Wind Lance is one of them. I think he's also a Fiend type, which is what Lopset's spell is effective against, so that's why I'm getting chains here. I just have Rokuro using his Form 1 because he doesn't really have anything else better for this guy. Oh, that's bad. Just Break Soul. And that's what I'm talking about.
Annoying that Mega Sonic Thrust has the knockdown attribute on it.
Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about there. You see Aizen in the back? Look at that damage. Ooh. Okay, so not gonna help. Okay. I guess we don't need your help. That is the boss's Break Soul. But he targeted Rokuro, so Rokuro actually got the soul instead of me. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, that's what I was talking about before. With the your AI characters goofing around. He just moves back and forth between two places and does nothing. I always think it's just for a certain amount of time, but I think the time varies. I do not know what in the world causes that. And I really wish to find out what does. This is another mechanic in the game that I will not be using. It's just a little ship voyage thing you can do that will have a Aizen's crew go out to different islands and find stuff for you, such as recipes, materials, and even costumes for some islands. But it's pretty much pointless because the stuff you pick up is random and it takes 30 minutes for them to finish. It shortens a little bit after you do battles, but the things you get in it is still not worth dealing with.
I mean, even if we did, it's, you know, just under 7-hour run right now. It's going to be a lot shorter. Not a lot of time to really take advantage of it, even if it was really good.
Yeah, I did set them to balanced. Balanced lets me use them both without having to like keep switching back and forth between what am I gonna say, spells and arts. See, finally got another fire ring. Finally got another void ring. Wait, that's not void, that's one. My bad. Calcite boots. I only got one pair of calcite boots, that's fine. There's a weapon for Velvet in this chest over here. Calcite blade. I don't equip them just yet because there's another chest out in this field that I pick up for Laphicet. I believe the calcite vest, which increases his art attack a little bit. It's in this silver chest right over here. Let's see. Don't have a calcite garment. And still didn't get any void rings. This game's being pretty stingy with me today. Let's see. And now since we have blast, I turn everybody's blast off. That's gauge. Actually no. I got those mixed up. I keep forgetting the break soul thing is next to the left of the break soul or blast gauge, I mean. Alright, so for quite a while here, we'll be doing 3 missions for a guild in exchange to entering the castle here. The missions here are pretty simple. They mostly deal with you going around and terminating enemies for the most part. There's a little bit more to it. It's dealing with some illegal businesses that's going around here and they want you to stop it. I really wish I didn't have to skip that cutscene either when you first enter this place. You had to trick one of the guards when you first get in here. And Magilu has Velvet act like she's with her. And Magilu's menagerie.
Q.
See, chat
Yeah, that
already
scene.
knows. Yeah. That's my favorite cutscene in this game. The mechanics guide is pretty accurate from what I've seen, Phil. I haven't tested them all, but for the most part, I think they're pretty spot on.
Yeah, I can confirm that as well. I'm working with CB220 as well on the hub mechanics, so...
Oh, really? Didn't know that.
Yeah, I was back and forth talking with them about it, and he knows a lot about the game, and also I'm reading his other guides as well, so he is pretty legit.
Doesn't really matter which order you do these missions in. You have to do them all eventually, so I just go in order. Alright, so for the first one, we're going to go back to Zexen, and we're going to go into this warehouse and destroy these crates. And to our surprise, we'll be fighting someone that will fight quite a bit. Also, this woman here gives you enough bottles. I don't use them yet though. I like to save those up. Actually, no. I use it here. I don't use the second one. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, man. There's already a Berseria too. It's Zestiria. I mean, people may not like Zestiria, but think about it. People asked for a Symphonia 2 and y'all got it, and y'all didn't like that either.
You had to bring that up, right?
I mean, hey, am I wrong?
I think the sad thing is that you're not.
Alright, so here's Eleanor. We're gonna take care of her little Mollican first, though. Oh, nice, got a stun that quick. The stun time on her Mollican are actually pretty long, so you get a really long time to do as much damage as you can. Like I said, the arts that I use on these guys are random because of their typing. They're unknown types, so I never know what's gonna happen. Got the same one twice, weird. Alright, Eleanor's left.
It's also worth noting that you also get different type attributes for every type of enemy you Therianize as well, and those are random as well when you hit a unknown type enemy. So I know, like, for humans, the HP reduction from being in Therianized state is decreased.
I was slow on that. What I was trying to do there, I was gonna try to stun her. I do have Aizen set to use his break souls aggressively. Switch slow again. So sometimes I switch over to him just like that. There we go. That was what was supposed to happen, but I was too slow on the quick switch. You have a certain amount of time to use Aizen's break soul when she's stunned. So you have to sort of be a little quick about it. Later bosses, however, have shorter stun times. So your window of using Aizen's break soul is even shorter. But it's mostly for things at the beginning because his break soul damage is ridiculous. And Eleanor is weak to fire in that fight, by the way, so it does even more damage. Luckily for us, we had a chain going already, so the weakness damage on top of the chain damage was pretty good. I believe the only thing at this point they can even do with this game is like give it a DLC story like Zestiria, but I don't even know if they're even gonna do that after the last time.
Didn't exactly go over very well with the Japanese audience when they did that last time.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't go over well with most of the American audience either.
I didn't mind it, but you know, I'm only one person.
I preferred Rose, not the character that was not in the game.
The reason that whole thing was a huge mess in Japan.
Also, yeah, what I just did there in the equipment menu, I changed my title to the character's second titles. So, after a certain level that I've just reached, the second titles increase their art attack. Well, for most of them. There's a couple of them where it gives you a multiplier and a different stat. But mainly that's just to boost their art attack a little bit. Since the first title that you get when you first get it really doesn't really give you anything that beneficial compared to the second title. Also, since there's not too much to talk about until I get to the next fight, I'll just ask Chad a question. Alright. With all the games that you've played right now in the Tales of series, which Tales of game would you like to see a remake of? And that's counting ones that haven't received a remake yet. Is there any ones in particular that you feel that's not getting any love? Ones that are so behind on the times in the battle system that it desperately needs a remake?
I just want English Vesperia PS3.
English Berseria PS3?
No, or
Vesperia.
Vesperia.
Oh, Vesperia. Okay, my bad.
Shoutouts to identical sounding names.
I would actually underline that because I haven't played Vesperia yet, and everyone is like, "Oh, it's such a good game, so awesome."
I don't own a 360, and I still own a collector's edition copy of Vesperia. It's.
I have my Vesperia and I'm about to buy a PlayStation 3 copy.
I have a PS3 copy as well, but I'd like to play it in English.
Alright, these fairies out here are the first set of teleporting enemies that you encounter, that I like to call them. When they first spot you, they stand still for a little bit, then they teleport in front of you to wherever you're facing. So if I'm facing this way, straight, it'll appear right in front of me and then charge me. So what I like to do whenever I hear them, they usually make a noise, like a little squeaking noise when they first see you. I sort of wiggle my control stick like that, and it usually confuses them on where to teleport, and they'll usually be out of my way. So I don't have to worry about doing them.
If you just face into a wall and have it like 2 body lengths away from you, they'll teleport behind you instead. I figured that out when I was doing my casual playthrough, so really just gotta look at a wall.
There's another pair of calcite boots in this chest. This is really a backup for when the shop doesn't give me the ones that I need. Usually one for Velvet, one for Rokro. If I do have a third, I give it to Eisen, but most of the time I don't get a third. So I have to disable Fujinkin here, because he just learned that. Hurricane Thrust in English. I'd say this is a pretty dark Tales of game, to be honest.
It's much darker than the last couple ones I made for sure.
Alright, this is another fight that I try to... Oh, Eisen did it himself. You're a big boy now.
The only puzzle game that's even near as dark as Berseria is Vesperia.
And that's not even close, really.
Yeah.
The darkest part of that game was probably Yuri being a vigilante.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's like the only thing that's the only thing that's even like close, really. And
I love that, by the way. Oh,
Nice comboing. Looks good.
okay, that's weird. I already had the... Okay, usually it goes a little bit faster, but... Okay, be a little stingy on the stuns, but that's fine. But I usually go after the Lamias first because they have Blood Moon, which is a mid-level fire spell, and it has a very high potential to kill anybody in the party, so I get rid of them first. Usually the main rule is if there's spellcasters, kill them first. The knights usually aren't too much of a threat. So this is where I first start using the Nor bottles. I just warp straight out of there. I don't have to walk all the way back. I love that they put these bottles in the game, by the way. Great convenience to me.
They are definitely better than typical fast travel. I mean, okay, Celia's fast travel is probably the best because it's free. But fast travel via save points and stuff it limits too much.
Yeah, I can actually understand what people are talking about with Gattuso now, since I've actually played Vesperia late last year.
So casually, that fight I spent like a ton of grinding to actually beat it. And then I tried learning the speed run, and it's every bit as bad in the speed run. I don't know what they were thinking with that boss. It's even worse because it's not even like an important story boss or anything. It's just like this like random boss fight. They said like, oh, this is sort of a dungeon. We need a boss fight for it, and it's well, let's make this giant fast thing that hits hard enough to kill you in 2 shots. Yeah.
What I kept hearing about that was, since it was a boss for the demo, they never really scaled him down to people actually not playing the demo, because apparently in the demo you're a lot stronger than you're supposed to be casually.
I could see that actually if they made that like really early on for the demo and then just didn't realize, oh, this is where people would be if they played this casually.
Yeah. Yeah, thankfully I don't even know why anybody would be in here if they haven't played the game yet and don't want to see spoilers, but I'm just saying, like, I skip all the cutscenes, so you're really not gonna see like anything dealing with like story as far as like visually in the game. But no, chat's gonna talk about the story, like Berseria is happening. But yeah, this next mission is just an ambush. They all turn into gorillas. It's really easy. Usually get so much damage on them. Yeah, like that. They do not stand a chance. And that was the last mission, so now when we go back to the tavern, we'll be able to enter the castle. Hopefully next year, if I decide to, I'll probably learn New Game Plus of this game. Me, Edo, Shiro could do some races if you're up to that.
Ah, definitely, sure.
This will be my first New Game Plus that I'll learn if I do that.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah, I never learned the New Game Plus before.
I mean, the interesting part about New Game Plus and Berseria is that you can actually not take equipment over, so you're not directly that broken. I mean, you will be broken because herbs, but it will be interesting to do the equipment aspect.
Oop. Hey, you actually have to sleep here for the night. Alright. I like to stock up a little bit of heals. I got enough apple shells. Because the next fight that I'm going to do gives me trouble sometimes. Most of the time it's easily manageable. I won't reveal who it is until we get there though. We're first going to have to go through the sewers. So after doing all those missions for that guild, they have a little secret passage into getting into the castle, which was pretty much what all of that was for. And you have to get through all of this. Now, before I used to hit that lever over there, but there's really no reason to. After doing some retiming, you can just leave that alone. But later on in the game, there used to be a geoboard point, which would allow me to use the board here, but there's really no reason to pick that up because there's a warp circle here. And it actually wastes more time going to get that geoboard. And yeah, another thing, some of the enemies like slimes like to hang on the ceiling. You can actually pan your camera up to see if they're up there. So if you don't watch out, they could land on you.
They're actually pretty smart with the landing here in Berseria. In this area, they take a long time until they react to fall down. But it happened often that I forgot about that and enemies actually dropped directly on me and I had no chance to dodge them.
Yeah.
It's actually fairly interesting, I like it.
お、水が引いたぞ。
ワニいないよね。
A little extra thing I routed in. If I don't have a void ring for Velvet at this point, I go to grab that wind ring to give her a little more focus. But this place is mostly just draining water, making passages, going up ladders.
It's a pretty simple dungeon.
Yeah. Who is benched on a speedrun? Honestly, everyone gets use. I almost want to say equally. I never really like looked deeply into like who gets the most percentage of use in the party and doesn't sit in the bench or whatever. Like everybody gets use. Because there's so like different characters have so many different types of moves that they excel at that are great for like mixing up and comboing with the other characters to hit chains on the bosses, so I use everybody. If there's probably
So I
like
think the only thing is that Velvet's used for a pretty large majority of the run. That's about
Yeah.
it. Except she does leave and you don't control her because the AI, like you said, is really bad with her.
yeah, I don't trust AI with Velvet, especially with her break soul. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't call anybody useless in this game. Oh yeah, it's not there yet. But yeah, I was gonna mention right over there to the left is a warp circle. Or was it? No, it was a little bit ahead. These two rooms look so familiar. I mean, so similar. It's another chest with some more gold in it. And that's along the way, so there's never really too many gold chests that are too far away. I can think of about 2, 3 in the run, and the warp circle's right there. I'm gonna be using that later in the run, because you do revisit this place, but that's way, way late into the game. Alright, so now we're in. The door on the left is actually quicker to get to where you need to go to, but it's locked. So you have to go all the way around over here. And all these rooms just have a bunch of books that'll tell you about some side stuff if you're ever into the lore of the game. Alright, boss is up here. Okay, I was making sure everybody was good. Alright, so this bishop right here was pretty much the guy ringleading the entire legal business that I brought up earlier. But Eleanor shows up and she intervenes with the whole thing. So, why I said this can give you problems is Eleanor is kind of strong and can kill anybody in about a combo and a half. So, for this first part, you only have to get her health down to 1/2. So after that first stun, I'm gonna try to... Where are you going? Whew. That could have been death. Alright, so when she's stunned there, I like to use my Mystic Arts when she's stunned, because it actually calculates in the extra stun damage. And there we go, that's half. Alright, so that was like what I like to call a fake fight. So the real fight begins here. Now, I skipped the cutscene, but Magilu is in the party now. So the tutorial coming up is talking about character switching. Just switch there and switch there. And we're going to put her in immediately because she is very, very good for this fight. Let's see. Firing. She has a paralysis charm that increases Velvet's attack. And... Alright, so she has water spells. Everybody here is weak against fire. I mean, water. And you really don't have any good, water attacks. So, Magulu is pretty much your way of really destroying everybody here. I tried to take on, Eleanor immediately. But it doesn't really end the fight if you kill her first, so... Killing all her Molechem is way better. And it can be pretty fast if you can, get everybody bunched together. And have Aizen use his Break Soul, just like that. She's actually chasing after Magalu this time, which doesn't happen too often. So she hasn't been able to, like, cast her spells. Oh, he doesn't have any more soul. That's okay. And her spells do a lot of damage in this fight. Look at that. 2 406s on Eleanor. Alright. Now I just need to take care of her. And they've been crazy for spellcasters this time. And there we go. This will do massive damage. I'm gonna overkill her. Oh. Oh, that's right. Magalu doesn't have a Mystic Guard here. I should have went to the left. But that's okay. I was gonna sort of go overkill and have the rest of the party use their Mystic Guards to link with that one. But I keep forgetting Magalu's in the second slot, and the other characters in 3rd and 4th. So yeah, I couldn't extend it there, because not only does she doesn't have enough blast for it, she doesn't get her Mystic Art until after this fight. Aizen and Rokuro already have theirs, so I could have used theirs, so I had to hold left, because going left when you're in the first slot switches over to 4, you hold left again during that one, it goes over to 3, and then you can hold it again, it can go to 2. So if the characters who are in the reserve, you can hold up or down to use them as well. And after the linking is over, whichever those 2 characters that you used in the reserve, whichever of those 2 ends, it'll replace that character in just as if you were doing a regular switch. So maximum you can link up to 6 characters Mystic Arts in one link. I have to go back and report everything. That didn't go too badly, actually.
Yeah, it seemed like a solid fight.
That was one of the fights that had me stumped for a little bit when I was first routing this game. It really changed everything is me learning to quick switch the Aizen and have him use his Break Soul. Makes everything a lot easier. Alright, so we're gonna go all the way back to Zexen. I'm gonna save up on my bottle, so I'm not gonna use it here. Another thing is, this is where I start painting my camera out. If you click R3, you can have the camera pan in or pan out. And clicking it twice will pan it out to max. I usually do that because enemies that are pursuing me, if I see that they're closing in on me, I can just hug a wall and they'll go away.
Could have sworn on PC it was out at max by default, but I could be wrong. Interesting.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't? Okay.
At least not for me. Okay, let me say it that way. I also had to pen out, and I didn't notice it was actually an option.
Well, I might be crazy then.
Alright, so I'm going to recover my blast here at an inn. This is mainly a setup for a boss that's coming later. Not the next boss, but one afterward.
Oh, one thing to note about recover. So he's going to recover his blast. Anytime that you have a mandatory in res, it actually doesn't recover your BG. You have to go back and do it again.
Yeah. You have to go to the inn on your own terms and actually pay with gold. It's only 100 gold, so it doesn't cost anything to go sleep at an inn. But for some reason, any events that make you sleep at inns, it doesn't count. How difficult is menu in a different language? I wouldn't say it's like too hard. I mean, you really don't need to know the language to menu. I mean, after seeing a bunch of symbols on the screen time and time again in practice, you know, you're gonna know what to do. You don't exactly have to know everything as far as like the language goes. Alright, so this next fight, oh man, how do I even begin on this one?
船長探し
Yeah, that's
あ
right.
いつの目的だし
I never did get. Yeah. So I'm gonna switch with Magilu's armor here. Magilu's armor, what she starts with, gives a lot of focus. So I switched with Velvet and Magilu's armor, but I didn't want Magilu to not have armor on, so went to buy some real quick for her. Now this fight right here can be really annoying. They're both enemies, but they're enemies, but they're not on the same team. Like, think of like playing a Smash Brothers game, and there's friendly fire on. They actually try to fight each other. Now they can't go after like your party members, but sometimes, like say I'm fighting Aizen here, Zavita over there can like go in and try to hit Aizen himself, which in the process hitting me, which can be kind of annoying. So I have to sort of like keep an eye on him and see what he's doing. His attacks do pretty good damage too, so you really shouldn't sleep on any of his moves. You see right there, he's directing all his wind spells to Aizen. Because they're fighting over something right now, you're just interfering with it. Gonna have him use his break soul. Give him max soul count so I can try to stun him. Oh nice, he got burned. So yeah, his typing is unknown as well, so you're gonna see a lot of different Consume Claw arts here. There we go. They actually have a decent amount of HP, both of them. Aizen has lower HP than Zavid though, so that's why I go after him first. And yes, that is Zavid from Zesteria, for those who have played Zesteria.
Or watched the run earlier this week.
Oh yeah, that's right. Zesteria race was the first one.
Yep.
Indeed.
How'd that go, by the way? I had to sleep.
It's a double PB, I believe.
Yep.
Nice.
Double PB with a time
So-
difference of 7 minutes or so between both runners.
Fel got the sub 6 hours, and Maelstrom beat his PB by 25 minutes.
Wow.
Yep. It was a really, really good race. It was amazing.
25 minutes. So wait, yeah, he must be. I think I saw he was second place now, actually, on the leaderboard.
Well, Fel hasn't submitted his, so
Oh,
he
okay.
currently is second. He currently is second, yes. Unofficially, Eastern still third, but yeah, watch that race if you have missed it. Definitely worth it.
Alright. If you remember, this place may be a little familiar to you. This is actually the same area that the final dungeon in Zestiria is. It's just before it got destroyed. But it's pretty simple. All you need to do is go to each opposite side and go to these little altars and activate these to deactivate the barrier.
Technically, it's where the final dungeon for this game is too, sort of.
Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
It's not wrong to say that.
Yeah. There's another plot boss here that I'm just gonna go completely defensive with. I'm actually this time going to set all my characters into a defensive strategy using a shortcut with holding R3 and hitting L2. R2 is the attack formation, L2 is defensive. Not to confuse you there. It's another boss that you really can't do any damage to. He's a little different though, since his soul count is 1, makes it really hard to stun him, and he doesn't have any hit stun on him when you attack him. So there's really no reason to fight him. I never did try to see if I could kill him on New Game Plus though, or see what happens if you tried to kill him. It's always fun to experiment those plot bosses that they expect you to not defeat and see if you can actually kill them.
My favorite in that is Final Fantasy II. If you hack the game where you kill the encounter at the beginning, it just boots you back to the title screen. It's like, oh, the game never happened, so...
I never knew about that. Interesting.
They should have let it just roll the credits. It's like, okay. Yeah, if you hack Final Fantasy II and win that fight, at least I believe on the Game Boy Advance port, it just boots you back to the title screen.
Thankfully for these little narrow areas, none of these lamias could bother me, as long as I hug the wall. Otherwise, this would be very painful to go through.
Oh yeah, don't remind me, man. On my playthrough. I mean, I have a habit of playing first time on the hardest difficulty, and I got into a dangerous encounter here my first time.
Oh boy.
Oh, wasn't funny, I can tell you that much.
Alright, so now we can go inside. And as you can see from like those little cutscenes, the enemy layouts completely changed. There's these little weasel guys that I faced in one of the mini bosses earlier. Like I said, bower type enemies like that, they charge after you once they can locate you. So once they see you and they start charging, hugging the wall will not save you. They keep moving until, I don't know, there's like a certain number of I don't know how to put it, like they dash towards your location wherever they first locate you and they run towards it. And after a certain amount of times that they stop and move again, they'll stop. And then you can hug the wall and be safe, as far as that goes. But once they start moving, hugging the wall will not save you at all, once they locate you. There's also a chest right up here that has a better weapon for Velvet, called the Crust Reaper in Japanese. I think it's called the Shell
Smasher or something.
Yeah, something like that in English.
Yeah, something like that.
All
Some
right.
names are pretty interesting.
I think it was Shell Shredder or something like that. Yeah,
I
it's
think
Yeah, Shell Shredder, correct.
But yeah, it had the reason for that name is the master skill on it gives you extra damage against crustacean enemies. So in the menu there, I cooked because after that Zavid and Aizen fight, they don't automatically heal your HP when most of the bosses in this game actually do that, and that's to make sure nobody dies on this fight. Alright, so we're just gonna be running around here, and he's probably gonna chase me majority of the time. Yeah, like he's doing right now. Everybody's set to just play in defensive position, so there's pretty much no way anybody can die.
he does manage to kill you in this, it is actually game over, which is funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, these plot fights, you have to endure through them. On the later one, on the plot fight, I actually game overed like 6 times in a row because I got one-shotted by the AoE. And it was a real problem to get through that, so yeah, staying alive is important in this case.
I was hoping Shigure 1 would actually be one you could just run away from when I was first doing that fight. Just like, okay.
Alright. Then he gets tired of chasing you and playing Duck Duck Goose and just uses Mystic Art on you and then fight ends. You can skip that though. A lot of plot that goes on between those cutscenes, but got cutscene skips.
I was honestly
Weird.
surprised who the Mystic Art they gave him.
Oh, Savage
So-
Wolf Fury.
Yeah, they give. So for people that don't know, they give him Yuri's Mystic Art. Well, in my opinion, a cooler take on it though.
Yeah.
I was
Believe
gonna
it or
say
not-
it's funny what they do let you skip sometimes, because like the water draining cutscenes or like a lot of random like puzzle stuff won't actually be skippable, and then some of them will be skippable.
Yeah.
出口は絶対にあるはず。
It's like just arbitrary which ones you can sometimes.
For a lot of the Mystic Arts in this game are actually taken from some character in the past. Like I know Magilu's level 1 Mystic Art is actually a parody of Yuri's level 2 Mystic Art that you can only use in Vesperia PS3. It's that one where he puts his sword up in the air.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Light Seraphim Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first two of Velvet, the first two Mystic Arts are also from past characters. But I find it actually a cool idea to kind of like take over stuff from other Tales game of the past, give it a little spice.
This game
I
has a
mean-
lot of random cameo stuff like that, especially in the little ship mini game.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tipo Island. There's what is it? Cheagle Island. X-Sphere Seas. Yeah, it's just like, have you played other Tales games? Yes. Here's a reference for you.
あいつ逃がさ
I mean, it makes up for a good quiz.
I realized that Eisen's third Mystic Art is the tag team Mystic Art that from Zillia 2 that Luger and what's her name with the staff?
Leia?
Leia. Yeah.
Leia.
It's their tag team art. They call it Earthshaker and he calls it Venom Strike.
Eleanor's second Mystic Art should be obvious. It's taken from Luke's second Lost Phone.
In my opinion, it is also actually the most beautiful of the game.
What Eleanor's second Mystic Art?
Right.
I really like Rokro's third. That's my favorite.
It has a cool style, the black and white. Yeah, I agree.
Alright, so there's some breakable walls here. There'll be quite a few of them in this area.
この壁ひびが入ってるこれなら
And there's another Turtles there, but he doesn't have anything new in his shop at this point. So I'm just gonna skip him.
See you later, Joey.
Oh, you call him Joey?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody with the Brooklyn accents, Joey.
And yeah, those skeletons can teleport too.
Oh, teleporting enemies, man, the fairies.
Yeah.
Oh, nightmares came up.
So, fun fact, I was doing my reading with Ozzy, and he died here because one of those skeletons just teleported on top of him and he didn't see it.
Yeah, that's also a thing. Enemies can be a little bit slow in spawning in, or if they're teleporting in, you can't really see them, but I guess the little hitbox or whatever that they use to detect if you're there can still, you know, put you into a battle.
Yeah, so he did that, and then you don't actually get retry options on random encounters.
Alright,
So he had to like start over from his last save, which was by dial or something like that. It was pretty hilarious.
Oh man.
Alright, so there's gonna be another boss fight once I leave this place. So I went ahead and did any equipment menuing that I was gonna do. Gave Rokuro his new armor and Velvet her Crust Reaper. So this is actually the last Eleanor fight you do. And I wouldn't say, I don't know. Sometimes she's giving me trouble. It's mostly just not getting hit by her attacks too much, I want to say. If you play careful, she shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah, she gets penetrate on that move. Got hit by the full combo, so that's not good. And what throws me off sometimes she takes a really long time to like attack after you attack, and sometimes she'll do it immediately after. Like not even giving you a chance to block right afterward. I don't have any wake up property moves here, so if I'm out of soul, I have to wait for her to get up. If I get one more stun, it'll probably be GG for her. And that's the game. Alright, so after this, she'll join the party. You know, you try to beat somebody 3 times and you lose 3 times, you might as well just give it up. Alright, so all you really have to do at this part is just go outside and talk to Laphicet. You don't have to talk to anybody else here.
You just have to be careful because if you walk too close to them, it'll automatically trigger their conversations when they have the exclamation point over their head like that.
Some of them do that and some don't. It's really weird.
I don't know which ones do. I just know that some do, so I just avoid them all.
Yeah. It's the way I've played it
It's
too.
usually groups. If they're singles, they don't.
There's some of them that you can't escape. Like, they actually have, like, the whole area to where it just pulls you in. I've tried skipping some.
So I guess to kind of go in a little bit, since we just got Eleanor, and I don't think we talked too much about Magilou. Eleanor's break art is essentially it pops them up into the air. It's meant to be kind of a combo tool. I haven't had too much success messing around with it outside of just using it for the sake of using it, but
yeah,
I'm sure it's...
I turned it off. I turned her break souls off.
Yeah, and then Magilou's is essentially kind of like Rokuro's counter, but it only works against spells.
Yes. So, if there's any enemies out there chanting a spell, if you use Magilou's break soul, it will stop their spell casting, and there's this bar next to her health when you're controlling her that will fill up. When it's fully filled up, she will use a one of her break soul arts to counter it, and it's really, really strong if you can get it out. There's actually one fight in particular I do use that for. That won't be till later though.
I know the AI is actually supposed to be pretty good about using it to counter as well.
Yeah, for the most part. It's just I rely on it on one fight in particular, so I take control of her just in case.
Makes sense.
Because that fight, I want to call that the worst fight in the game. It's not even a boss. I'll just say that. But it's terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Up there with the Kamalanas of the world?
I'd say yes.
Looking forward to it.
Oh yeah. Whoops. Wait. Oh. Thought my menu's messed up for a second. That should be good. Now I have to turn Eleanor's strategies on since he just joined the party. She's gonna be using spells the entire game.
All of her normals have no elements, and then she has some spells as well. Really, the biggest thing that I noticed with her is her base stats are stupidly high compared to everyone else's. Do you ever look at them?
Now,
Part of that is it's a pretty good weapon.
This guy is very, very annoying. He likes what I like to call turtling, is where he just blocks a lot. So after I beat Eleanor, I actually have the ability to guard break now. But I have to hold guard for a certain amount of time. As you can see, like the little red there, before I use my attack. That's in case he decides to use it. Another thing that's really annoying about this guy is he has this little low kick that he likes to use, and has a really high chance of inflicting slow. So he can make the fights really, really long and unnecessary. So I like to play Magilu here, because the spellcasters seem to do like real good damage to him, or the best
That
damage.
was pretty annoying.
Yeah.
I used to, or when I had my little mini route, I was playing Velvet here, and if Velvet got slowed, I would switch to Eleanor.
There we go. And another thing I do there, I didn't mention this before, but quick stepping before using a spell will lower the casting time. So I use it one time. I do one quick step and then I use Aqua Split 2 times.
Yeah, it's the same system in as in Zestiria. Basically, quick stepping counts towards your combo counter actually. So if you quick step, you did a combo stage 1, and on stage 2 you already get a cast time reduction.
Okay, so we spoke enough about Magilu using her spells, but now we're gonna have her use melee attacks, which sounds pretty weird. But the typing on her move for this upcoming boss fight is actually very useful. And I've actually used Magilu for her hidden arts for a couple bosses. This one in particular. This guy has like 3 different types on. He's armored, fiend, and something else. I forgot what the other one was.
Demi-human?
No, you can, if you're fiend, you're not demi-human.
Really? Okay. Now that.
There we go. Alright, so now what I did there, I waited until I got a stun and a chain. So now we're using Mystic Art links with the stun and the chain bonuses on top of the damage that Mystic Arts usually do. And this will do amazing damage against him. So if you like seeing Mystic Arts, then you'll love this boss. And now look at his HP. And now I switched out Eleanor for Rokuro because he has Fujinkin, which is good against armored foes. I found him to be the best one to switch into. Eleanor is just there to be a person to switch out, because if you chain everybody in with Mystic Art, one character has to be switched out.
Is there any reason for the order beyond that? Just
The
like
order.
for the order you do the Mystic Arts, or is it just basically like, do it in whatever order and just finish with this
Yeah,
one?
you can do whatever order you want to. You can press left or right. As long as they have the BG to use a Mystic Art, it should be all good. So yeah, you make mincemeat out of him. That's why, that's the boss, however, that I went back and went into the end for to recover my blast. I saved it just for that boss. I used to use Mystic Art Chains on a lot more bosses, but I've actually found out like the DPS that you can do for some of the bosses that I used to do it for is actually good enough to where you don't have to rely on it. So I actually took some of that out. So yeah, that wasn't a bad one. That's one setup though that I try to make sure that I get. Now, if you just get a stun and you don't get a chain, it takes about half his health. But adding the chain on top of the stun is about 3/4 of his health. If you can somehow throw in like upgraded equipment, it can be a little bit more than that. I think with upgraded equipment I was able to kill him in one whole thing, but I need to like recheck that. I'm still routing this game, believe it or not. I'm messing with this game literally every day, so every day's a learning experience with me. There's still some things I don't even know about this game. Still pretty young though, so I don't expect to know everything. What's up, Shadow Jackie? Didn't everybody? Didn't everybody come from Magilu? Alright, so this next shop up here is another turtle. It's another place that I could grab some useful items. Hopefully they'll be a little more nicer to me this time. It's a fluorite belt. No fluorite garment. Guess I'll take the calcite garment. Another burn charm. No paralysis charm. Huh. Alright. So I think I'll just do it what I got right now. Alright. Up ahead is the first fake Shigure fight, I like to call it. This one's real easy though. All you do is sit here and block, wait for him to finish attacking, use this 3 times, rinse and repeat. If you use it a 4th time, he'll block it every single time. I think that goes along the lines with like spamming the same art too much will lower your hit stun that you inflict on enemies, so it actually lowers it to the point to where he can just block it.
You do have to be a little bit careful not to get hit by the attack where he swings his sword up and down, because that does have the ability to inflict what is it, damage down?
Yeah.
Where you just don't do as much damage on your attacks, which would slow the fight a little bit.
Yeah, that's why I'd be a little bit more careful in like blocking his attacks. That's not the real fight though. You fight him for real after you get out of this cave. That's a real fight. But yeah, I found that move to work the best. I've tried using combos and other moves, but they didn't seem to work as well. Alternatively, what you could do is when he's about to die, you could use your Break Soul when he's about to die. The Break Soul does good damage to him. It's just the only problem with using Break Souls is it knocks him down, and then it's annoying dealing with downed enemies. Wait a minute.
It seems like on some of the attacks when it breaks souls, they would miss as well. Although I don't know if that was just the camera juking me out and me not seeing the damage number.
I need to mention that too. Okay. There's a couple of times. Now I mentioned Aizen's Break Soul. There are a couple of times, I don't know why this happens. I don't know if this was like a glitch with what they were doing when they were making this game, but whenever you inflict a stun and Aizen comes in to use his Break Soul by the AI, sometimes his angle on it is so off that it almost completely misses. And it's really weird too, because I've actually paid real close attention to it. And it'll shift the boss's position to the left or right, like sort of just pushing it out of the way when it uses the move before the fireball even lands. It still hits him a couple times, but it doesn't get like the full brunt of the entire fireball, which is really weird. I don't know what causes that, and it's so weird. I don't know if that's happened to anybody else, but every time I see that, it just makes me sick.
Was never paying attention to see that. I noticed it more with Rokuro stuff on... forget which attack it was he would do that I would try to counter, and you would like dive through him and you'd miss at least one. I'm pretty sure you'd miss at least one of your hitboxes on it. Right. So I don't think you would even knock him down if you did it, actually. It's really weird.
There's an old spear in this chest back here, But there's a cutscene that drags you in if you don't carefully like walk really close to that crystal right there. And if you do watch the cutscene, they don't let you back there. They just block you off from going back there again, and you have to like re-enter the cave like way later on in order to get the spear. So the way I found to do it is just like closely walk to that crystal and you won't get dragged in. Oh, okay, I see, Omega. Yeah, the problem with that is it mainly happens to the AI and not me. But it's just annoying to deal with that. Should have a burn ring. That should be good. Another thing about the game, since you won't have like the same equipment every single run, menuing can be kind of confusing at times. You have to sort of like adjust and sort of like get used to dealing with not having certain types of equipment and having your stats be a little bit lower than other times when you're fighting bosses. It also goes with menuing too, like I said before, because sometimes you'll have something you usually equip there and you have to not equip it or use something else. That all goes apart with the whole luck thing. And there's some little small fight here with a bunch of knights. Now, all these little knights are linked up to the bigger knight, so you actually don't do a lot of damage to anybody here. So to get rid of the whole link bonuses, you have to kill the big knight. And then the small ones are just a cinch. What are they? Hold up, Aizen, don't die. I always felt this fight was a little on the slower end. Oh, there's our first confirmed death. Good job, Aizen. Not a hard fight, but a little on the slow side because you don't really have anything too good that's effective against these guys. There we go. There's that damage I was looking for. Finally got a chain started. And there's my damage. There we go. Now it's just this guy left. Another problematic thing with having a bunch of enemies or dealing with one boss, you could be dealing with them, you'll be right in their face, and I mean right directly in their face. But they'll run to the back and attack one of your spellcasters. So you have to go all the way back there and chase them to keep fighting with them. It can also be kind of annoying if the boss likes to use break souls a lot, because if they run back there and use a break soul, you don't get one extra soul. And I do abuse that because some bosses like to spam the break souls after you get them to half health. So I try to keep their attention on me as much as possible. Because if they target anybody else and use it, they get it instead of me. It's sort of a give and take thing, because how I usually do is I give them all my party's souls so I can stun them easier. Whenever they use a break soul back or I stun them and I get one soul, I use the break soul immediately to keep the stun rate as high as possible. But that can get ruined if they end up inflicting some status effect on you or something. Alright, we should be close to the end of this place. Also, another thing I like to mention is if I were to die on any of these boss fights, they let you continue. Which is a great feature they put in these games. Because in the past games, if you die, it's over. You have to go load a save file. I think they introduced that first in Destiny Remake, and then they just stuck with it ever since. However, on random battles, if you die, then it's over. And admittedly, I have died on a random battle in a run before. It has happened. It was very embarrassing, but it did happen. Because there's one part of the game that has really, really dangerous random battles.
I'm actually going to head out here, Burton, I think. So hopefully I helped out a little bit for the early part of the game.
No problem. Do you.
Jep's leaving? God, he was just leaving us.
See you later, Jep. Alright, this should be the ending right here. Plays a little longer than I remember it.
Yeah, that cave is pretty long.
Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna have to use take the burn charm from Lafayette here. And Rokuro now has a better weapon, Kurogane's daggers. These are really, really good pair of daggers that you get from Kurogane. They increase his attack and art attack by 118. And that's just a weapon I put on him for the rest of the game. I never have to worry about any weapons for him ever again. So, this is the real Shigure fight. He's actually weak against fire in this fight, so I said everybody use all their fire attacks for this guy. Now, he can be really annoying because, first thing I'd like to mention, this is the first boss that can use Mystic Arts on you. So, that's one thing to consider. It does a lot of damage, and the radius on the Mystic Arts effects are extremely long. Now, if you play real carefully, you'll never have to worry about getting hit by it yourself, but you can't really say that much for your partners. Which, like I said, your partners are probably like your worst enemies in this fight. Like I said, take care of his Malkin first. Trying to get Rokuro killed here. Alright, so... oh, I tried. Alright, so I mentioned before burn increases hit stun. It can happen in this fight. If I am able to get it though, it'll help a lot. If he hit me with that, he was probably going to link it to a Mystic Art. So I'm glad I was able to block that.
Yeah, Shigure is definitely shows no mercy.
Yeah, if you play him on a hard difficulty, if he gets a Mystic Art on you, you are going to die.
Well, oh yeah, I can confirm that.
Well,
so much.
You'll get to see it now. Somebody got hit by it. See how that hit me and he was way over there? That's why I said the radius on his Mystic Art is ridiculous. I think it's like the hitbox on is like a straight line.
I think it's a cone actually.
A cone?
Yeah, I think it's a cone to like 90 degrees, or even some more. Because one time I had like a spread position and all 3 people got hit actually. Or it's just in a very wide line. Could also be possible.
Also, that's his defensive position. That's his version of counter, and if you hit him, he'll counter with some upward slash. As you can see, Rokuro does not care about that. He'll just walk right in and get hit, so I almost expect that. I usually use a break soul on that because that won't do anything to me. I was like, you know what? Just like Rokuro be a sacrifice. I'll just let it happen. Also, I didn't speak too much about Eleanor's fire spell. Now, her fire spell also has knockdown properties on it, but it also has wake up on it, which is great. So I like using that. The only downside to it, I'd say, is the range on it doesn't completely cover the entire battlefield. So I try to keep most of the bosses close to her so it won't be out of range. And you don't really beat Shigure. He's another boss that ends with his Mystic Art, and you can just skip that, just like with Artorias. There was an enough bottle in that chest. I just picked that up as a freebie. Oh, these little balls here, they're just cat souls. You use them sort of as a currency to open up these pink chests. They're not really useful for a speedrun because they're just some extra side quest thing. You get pieces of like costume stuff as rewards for saving the cats in the chests. And you get something a little more later on if you save enough of them, but like I said, that's side quest stuff. That's not really something I should even care too much about. And yes, enough bottles start to get sold here. I'm gonna buy some life bottles. Like to be close to 10 if I'd like, in most cases. Alright, there's another silver chest up here. I didn't get really any paralysis charms from the shops, which is part of the game and the RNG I spoke about before, so I'm gonna go to the silver chest and pick that up. I need that attack boost. What is this called in English, by the way? Is it like Shock Ward or something?
Yeah.
I think it's Shock Ward, yeah.
Okay.
And in most cases, the charms or the wards against status ailments, they have kind of like an element reference in the English version.
Yeah, they're called paralysis charm in Japanese. So I'm trying not to confuse like the English players of Berseria with all the Japanese names that I'm referring to. But I've played this way more than the English version, so I've just started saying that because that's what I'm used to. Yeah, I plan to actually grind this game once I'm done like routing this. I don't know when that'll be. Like, honestly, if I did runs at this point, my time would be a lot better, but I'm trying to, like, get the route to something I agree on. I'd say it is somewhat now. It's way better than I had it before when I did a run for the showcase.
I mean, to be fair, overall, there are currently not really other runners of NG category.
Not yet.
And the people that are kind of like trying to go into NG Plus are also still in progress of preparing for it. So currently is a lot of Theo crafting going on.
Well, like I said, the game's still young. There's still like a lot to be discovered and found out about in this game.
Definitely.
And the game's like what? About a month old now? Because yeah, it did come out the last week of January, so it's about a month old for the English players.
Yeah.
It came out in August of last year for Japan. Oh boy, that was trouble.
Oh, あの赤茶けた草はされとうまじゃ。趣味が悪い紫色の花を探すのじゃ。趣味の悪い紫の花。
Yes, the PC port came. Well, for the English version, it came like okay. The console version came on Tuesday. The worldwide and PC version came on the Friday. Like Europe didn't get it till Friday.
Actually, Steam got it 1 day earlier as the official worldwide PC version.
Well,
There's
it wasn't early.
complete
Steam
difference.
does a worldwide launch at. It's at I think the developer specific time for it. So
I don't
unless they
know.
gave
I
them a
got it
time,
on
they're like,
Thursday.
okay.
Really?
Yeah. The worldwide PC was 27th and Steam released it on 26th. And 2 days before was the NA release, and I think also on the Friday was the EU release, official PS4. So that was completely strange release dates for whatever reason.
Also, I'd like to give a shout out to Close to War because he gave me a pretty dope idea for my notes. I was always afraid to like give my notes out because I feel like my notes are like in a real simplified format. I have it to where I can just scan through them when I'm doing runs because I like to, you know, keep up on my notes because I'm doing it right now. Like I can just click on it, scroll reel, and just look at it and not have to like read too much. But I've always felt like if other people looked at this, they wouldn't even know what in the world I'm referring to. But Close to War gave me an idea for notes to sort of color code things to make them easier to read for people. So I was like, that's a great idea. I'm probably going to do that. Because right now my notes are just in a plain notepad.txt file. I like to keep my stuff real simple and plain, but not everybody sees through the same lenses that I do, so it can be kind of confusing for others. These knights are really easy. They're pretty much the exact same knights that you've encountered in the second Eleanor fight. Same stats and everything. So they go down.
I was actually surprised they were this weak.
Yeah. Alright, there's a belt for Velvet that's really good in this chest. It also increases the fire damage she can do by 4%, I believe. It's really small, but I use a lot of fire arts with Velvet, especially later on. Oh, that came out of left field. Okay, luckily for me, okay, I got my first unwanted encounter, but luckily for me, I think the first two encounters you get a tutorial, and you can just leave without worrying about getting killed. I didn't think that werewolf was right there.
You can escape the tutorials?
Yeah, you don't have to do them. they're like freebies.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't know that for a while either, so don't feel too bad.
I had no idea it was possible. I mean, okay, to be fair, I never rooted so far for the speedrun of Berseria, but this is actually amazing. Wow. That was unexpected.
Oh, right. She got another water art here. This next boss is actually weak against water. Let's see, Cassandra. Let's put a paralysis charm on here too. Why does Lafayette have a paralysis? Oh yeah, right. I switched. That should be good. I like to make sure I prepare for this right, because this boss can be really annoying. It's another boss that's resistance to void. Yeah, thankfully Aizen's move there also has wake up property, so if they get knocked out, he can just wake them right back up. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this because it's right there. I'm gonna switch in for Rokuro now. This guy likes to move around a lot too, which is another reason why he's annoying. He's really fast. So if he decides to not target you anymore, he can just run to the back like he did with Magilu there and use his break soul. He's one of the harder ones to get under control.
Especially the circle attack he likes to do later on is actually pretty dangerous.
Oh yeah, that's coming real soon actually.
Yeah.
Also, another thing I like to mention is, since he has a void resistance, that also factors in with Mystic Arts. All level 1 Mystic Arts are void, so any enemy that has a void resistance, it'll do less damage, even with a stun. So in those cases, I was gonna say, in those cases, it's better to use a chain instead of just a stun, if you want to choose between one or the other.
Yeah, I don't know if you covered it earlier, but when you're in a chain, you avoid resistance.
Yes, I did not mention that actually. Rokuro died.
Oh, wow.
Rokuro always nice though.
Yeah, the circle attack is really cruel. It does a lot of damage and multiple hits, and if you run straight into it actually, what Rokuro did,
Yeah.
then you are pretty much dead.
The AI is real free to that move. They don't know what to do. They just run right into it. They're designed to just run in and attack, so they just run right into it a lot. I expect Rokuro to die in this fight a lot, by the way, so I'm not surprised at him getting destroyed by it. Almost dead. Alright, there you go. Stupid bug. Alright, so I didn't even mention that one before. I got my last crystal that increases my movement speed. It's actually 30% here now. The one I got before this one was like way back after I killed those Lamias, if you remember that. They gave me the second one. I didn't bring that up though. But yeah, that's the third one. So now we're at max movement speed right here as far as walking goes. Now later on, I'll get what's called the Geo board, and I can move even faster. But that's a little bit farther ahead. There was going to be a Vesperia speedrun for this marathon by Jepson, but his computer died about a week later after I invited him in. Close to War.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, Close to War actually replaced him with the Eternia run, because originally he wasn't going to run in. The idea actually came up because I run Eternia, so I knew how long it was, and I knew how long Jep's run was going to be, and I was like, the estimate could be the exact same, so I could ask Close to War if he wants to do Eternia. But I'm pretty sure next year we'll be much more prepared in having Jep on and do Vesperia for us in the marathon.
If all holds true with if we can keep runners around, next year we're going to have a lot more runs to do.
Oh yeah. We've been getting a lot of newcomers within the past month, so...
Oh yeah, that's actually really true.
That and then
The Discord is
several
getting active.
Other games finally got fully routed, and it's getting kind of nutty.
Yeah, Tales Symphonia 2 has like 3 people working on it, so we might get that. If you ever want to see what a Tales Symphonia 2 speedrun looks like.
And you can probably expect that Tales of Berseria next year will probably be covered by 2 races, from my guess.
We'll see. We'll see how the advancements are in other games as well. I mean, because I'll go and tell you, if there's any race that's gonna happen, I really hope we get in their Vesperia runner.
I told Jeff I was going to run it one day, but that's not going to be anytime soon. I got too many other things on my plate right now, dealing with Tales of Runs.
I'm gonna buy my PlayStation 3 copy soon. I'm gonna see how easy it is to get that English patch on it. And then, probably do a casual playthrough first.
Like, honestly, I was supposed to do Tales of the Abyss this year, but this game just drew me in, and I just stopped paying attention to every other game. Alright, so despite all that stuff, we were supposed to leave for another island, but instead we'll have to go somewhere else. Go a little bit farther in the fields that I just left.
These were zesty runs. We had a race at the beginning, just y'all weren't here to watch it.
The Berseria race was the first run in the marathon.
And also, if you followed our other Twitch channel when we do the monthly showcase ones, the first one we did there was also a zesty race.
Yep.
Which we have the winner of it in this call right now.
Yeah, it was a race between Fel and me. But it was a slight unfair race as well, so glad it was just a showcase.
Believe it or not, Zestiria is actually the most active game in the Tales of Speedrun Discord right now. Like, the Zestiria community is more active than any other game right now, I'd say.
Yep.
There's always something going on in there.
Fel's always found something.
Yeah, Fel is going ham.
It used to be Zillia, but a lot of them ended up taking a break. Which is understandable. I think what made it the most popular one right now, Maelstrom, was the fact that it was the newest. I think Berseria is going to easily take it over. Especially with how many new people had joined literally just to run Berseria.
Oh, yeah.
Which is what's pushing me to go look at another Tales game to run instead of Berseria a little bit.
It'll calm down.
Yeah, no, I can join a little bit later. Also, I want to let the route stabilize a little bit.
Yeah, I'm working on that.
I'm not a great router.
Me neither, man. Me neither. I'm more into mechanics of games.
That's why we all work together, though.
That's indeed true as well. Yep.
Alright, I go a little bit out of my way to get something in the gold chest here. There's this pink shirt here that gives a bunch of attack. There's actually 2 of them I pick up on the run, but this one's right over here.
Gaudy pink shirt.
Yeah,
I remember that.
just some pink shirt. It just gives a lot of attack, so I was like, okay, works for me.
Yeah, it's the female equivalent to the kingly waistcoat, basically.
And this next fight can be kind of annoying.
What's coming up?
Legend Wyverns.
Oh
yeah.
boy. Oh yeah.
I really. So for people watching, I've done this fight. So what's gonna happen is he's gonna use. Oh wow! I'm like Aizen.
Mm-hmm.
So these are dragon types. Aizen's Break Soul is dragon, so that already is gonna start doing a lot of damage. But they're also weak to Earth. So all you have to do is stay back and just cast Stone Edge over and over again until they either fall down or get stunned, and then use Break Soul. And every time they fall down or get stunned, you get a soul back, so you can immediately just Break Soul it that way.
Trying to remember how to set this
And
up.
I actually went back and did it after he showed me it, and wow, it's so much easier.
So I gotta make sure.
It sure does, Soul. It sure does.
I couldn't extend that. Okay. Extend that though. So I just go ahead and just. I just got tired of dealing with these dudes, so I just do this straight from the jump. It won't kill it, but it'll be real close to killing it. The best way to do this fight is to keep them all bunched up as the best you can. Your best way of dealing damage to these dudes is having Aizen to use his Break Soul. Now, like you said, you don't have to stun in order to use his Break Soul. You could down them. Stone Edge, which is one of Aizen's spells, can actually down them. Another annoying thing about them is a lot of their moves have super armor on it. Which is really, I feel, is just like a staple for just dragons in the Tales of series at this point. Because there's another dragon in this game that has the exact same thing going for him. And he's just as annoying just because of that reason. It's really hard to combo dragons just for that reason. And yeah, that other dragon's pretty spread out, so I'm gonna have to do them one by one. It's really hard to keep them together, though.
Did you actually cover the little mechanic that is when a stun or a down happens that you are super fast activating your Break Soul with Aizen?
You
By
mean
holding?
Wait, what do you mean, like?
Okay, basically a little trick if you have problems with the timing for Break Souls or even Mystic Arts. Before you do a spell like Earth Spike, you can actually hold the button before you do the cast, because for some odd reason the game ignores it, and as soon as you can actually activate the Break Soul, which has a requirement, in either case stun or down, it instantly activates after that status ailment happens. So if you have problems with timings, you can do it like that.
I didn't know you could hold it. Okay, that works for me then.
Yeah, it actually works. It also works for MAs as well. Basically, you hold MA, you push an attack button, the attack goes off, and instantly afterwards get the MA in.
Okay, so you can buffer it pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'll remember that. I did not know that. Alright, usually I can warp back, but there's a cutscene they want me to watch up here. Just skip it and then I can warp. Yeah, I had no clue you could buffer that. I need to look at that now, after I'm done with this.
I found it out by accident when I was messing around with stuff. And all of a sudden like, wait, that works? Cool! Nice. Yeah, recent game really have a lot of stuff where you can either buffer or other mechanic that you can simplify things fairly easily.
And that's one of the conversations you can't skip. They just drag you into there. I think they literally put that horse right there, so you can't go too far to the right.
So, challenge for everyone out there, find an out of bounds to skip this.
Okay, so there's gonna be a golden chest in the roof of a tavern here somewhere that will have a really good weapon for Laphicet, which is another weapon that I just give to him and he sticks with that for the rest of the game. It's kind of out of the way, but I just grab it. It gives a lot of art attack. From what I've been able to look at in the shops as far as equipment goes for Laphicet's weapon, they've always boosted attack and not art attack. That's the only one that I know of that gives art attack. And even then, like I said before, it's random. If I can get rid of luck, I'm gonna do it. But yeah, the very next boss is another boss I'd say that gave me kind of trouble to route in because of just how annoying he can be. If everything goes right, he will look extremely... How should I put it? He'll look pathetic. He'll look very pathetic. He might still look pathetic even without me trying to burn. Okay, finally another paralysis charm. Needed that. Good on life bottles. Yeah, I think I'll stick with that. Now the next town I'm probably gonna max out because the boss coming after this next boss is something else.
Oh yeah, don't remind me.
Kamwana, yes.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah.
Not to mention that I had my personal extra challenge because I was dumb. But okay. Oh yeah, right, they can teleport as well.
Mm-hmm. They used to get me a lot because I wouldn't pay attention.
They have a pretty big hitbox actually.
Oh yeah. So now I have Water Snake's Wake, so now finally I can actually wake up down foes with this move, so I just put that there and just keep it there for majority of the run.
Yeah, sadly the stun chance on Water Wakes is not that great. I didn't have that much success with it actually.
Yeah, it's not. Do I even bother with that? Trying to remember. Yeah, and that's it. Burned instantly. Time for massive damage. But yeah, for those of you who played the demo, you'll probably remember this boss. Only this time you have nowhere near as many as arts as you have playing the demo.
I forgot this boss existed.
I'll never forget him. See there? See what I'm talking about? It just happened 2 times there with Aizen's Break Soul. Now that time it actually was direct. I don't know why it does that.
Yo, interesting. I actually saw it now.
Yeah. I don't know why it does that.
Huh.
It's so weird.
So, yep.
Also another thing is enemies have break sold at certain HP thresholds, and if you burst them down to like, I mean from 100 to, I don't know, 50%, 25%, each break soul they normally would have done in between on 75%, 50% will activate it at the same time. I had that in a couple later bosses on my file when I was messing around with M8 chains and stuff, and they activated like 4 break souls in a row, straight back to back. Their combo breaking break souls, where they toss you away and stuff.
But yeah, that Venom Lizard fight is about as good as it gets. I have no complaints to how that fight went.
That's what looked actually pretty good. Yeah, he can be pretty annoying.
Yeah. Like I said, you burn him and he's nothing. It just feels so good, the bosses you used to have trouble with, and after you do some routing, then they're just nothing anymore.
Well, that's why you routed.
Exactly. I usually max out on life bottles here because the next boss is a doozy. And that's putting it lightly. Well, it can be. That's just in case it does. I've had as many as 11 when I get into that fight and I still didn't win. That was in the past, so I don't know how a bad fight would look for me now. Yeah, the most threatening thing about her is her art attack. So, pretty much any of her spells do a lot of damage. I know the most memorable thing I can say about that boss is she hit me with something as low level as Wind Lance. I blocked it. It did like 780 something damage on block. Now just imagine if that hit directly. That would have easily been in the thousands. For something as low as that. And she has Air Slash. She has Crown Fire. Way better damaging spells. But something as low level as that did that much damage. I think it's actually one of the first bosses you fight that have iron stances on cast too. I might be wrong about that though. My memory ain't the best, so don't quote me on anything I say.
My memory of this boss is a terrible nightmare. That's for sure. Yeah, there's one mechanic in this dungeon upcoming that fooled me big time, and I had to fight the boss on intense with no life bottles. Because I got fooled, and it took me 3 hours to get it done. So it was damage of her is serious, definitely, even if you block. So I can confirm that pretty much.
Look. The thing is, if you would have left that dungeon to go get some life bottles, the whole dungeon would have reset too. You'd have to do all those puzzles again with the water.
Oh, really? Actually?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
There was a, I guess, quote-unquote test run I was doing back then. I didn't buy life bottles for some strange reason, even though I think very highly of this upcoming boss. And I think I had like 3 life bottles. I was like, there's no way I'm fighting that thing with 3 life bottles. I don't trust the AI that much. So I went out, went to go buy some life bottles and came back in. And I had to do all the puzzles again.
Oh, wow. I mean, okay, in my case, I probably wouldn't have minded. Because, as I said, 3 hours. It took me 3 hours. I finally got her down. But that's actually pretty interesting. I mean, I know that if you finish a dungeon or a dungeon area, like some later areas we're coming to, also the forest where we fought the, where you fought the bug, the puzzles in these dungeons actually disappear after you finish it. There's only one exception. There's only one dungeon area that doesn't reset or disappear the puzzle. So I don't know why they did it, but I find it good.
That's new to me.
Check older areas and you will see. They are all gone.
I think the reason is I never really revisited any of these areas.
Probably.
When you leave the place where you fight the stag beetle, all those are gone when you're leaving it. Which you have to, you know, go far enough to see at least a cutscene before you leave it.
I hate stag beetles with a passion. Those weren't the last sets at the beginning of the game either. There's some stag beetles in the final dungeon.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Those guys.
They're really the only enemies that have gotten me into encounters my entire time of messing with this game. And it can happen easily if the layout and the setup of the monsters there are just right to not be in your favor. Oh, right. I know that one. I wasn't thinking about that, yeah. Thank God those are gone, but by then you would have opened up the shortcut anyway, so there's really no reason for those to still be there.
Chaos unlocks way later, and it's complete bullshit to get chaos unless you
It's
fucking
fun.
do like a normie and turn on simple.
I did it the hard way, relying on
I
RNG.
did it I did it for a little while, then I was like, ah, screw it. I was looking at the game at that point.
I made a video when I had the Japanese version when it came out, I think a month or two into it, because I just knew this day would come. When the English version came out, I knew there would be people who would have trouble defeating that thing. So I made a video. At first I think it had like as little as 100 viewers, and now it has like 3,000. I just knew it. I knew Spectral Crystal would destroy people.
Oh yeah.
Like, I looked out that I ended up getting, like, some more reflect gear, the chest before the fight, but I was just like, I'm not putting up with, like, grinding this out until I get fucking hit in.
Yeah, really. You could turn on simple and, like, he's a cinch.
Then just... you just turn on simple, set velvet, break soul, kill him.
Now, this is a water dungeon that I actually like. Really like, and probably I would say the easiest water temple I've ever seen.
Are you telling me you don't like the water temple in Zesty?
I like it, design-wise, music-wise, yeah. The puzzle and ice, I could, yeah, they could keep closed. I don't mind
but the
that.
eyes were amazing. Especially that last one.
I don't like to be that much observed, you know.
But that last one was great.
Yeah, I mean, it took a closer look at me and kind of like judged me. Nah, no, not yet, buddy, not yet, buddy. Start over, please.
I actually,
Too close for comfort.
When I got up there in Zesty to the very end, it's like I just sit there. I stopped moving and I thought for a second. I was like, they're gonna be that fucking mean, aren't they? And I put the bubble on. I turned. I was like, oh, fuck you. It almost had me.
Yeah, that I probably got pretty much nearly everyone. Best troll definitely in the game. I think you actually now hit the point, right?
Hit the point.
That there is a certain point, I actually don't know when it actually happens, so I try to pay attention to it right now. There is a point where you cannot leave the dungeon anymore for a short period of time. And that actually fooled me in I cannot leave this dungeon until I fight the final boss and beat it. So that is the explanation why I did the final boss of this dungeon with no life bottles.
Really?
Yep. It's grayed out. And here we have like a story plot, intermediate boss basically. Relevance is at the final boss, but we'll probably not see it. It's an upgraded version of a wolf. Can be a little bit tricky, but for the most part, as you see.
Yeah, I actually took out Gouging Spin for another move because it's more effective against him. And I actually keep it for Kamoana as well, which is the actual real boss. This is just some little mini boss they throw at you when you get in here. But don't let the wolf fool you, it's actually kind of powerful, especially if he hits it with its Break Soul. Yeah, like this move right here. That move can paralyze. But to me, it's all about just not dying to this thing.
Yeah, that went smooth. Nice.
Thank God Break Souls give you that one little second of freeze frame to react to it.
Yeah.
I heard, I think Recouple told me this, he's in the chat here somewhere. He told me that if you play with more than one controller, when you use a Break Soul, there's no pause. I don't know if that's true or not. Because I haven't tried it myself.
I don't know.
I don't have more than one controller, so that's why I brought it up. Oh, that's not even the worst. I've seen spam bots in someone's stream I watched just last week. It was a bunch of bots, right? They all came at the same time. They spammed the channel all at once, just relentlessly. They just kept going and going and going, constantly. It was like a whole page of the chat just filled up in less than 5 seconds. And there was like at least 10 of them.
That seemed like an aimed attack on someone.
It was ridiculous, man. I've never seen anything like that. The bots are getting crazy now. You have to do this one twice. You have to let the water come down and then do it again to get the waterfall to stop so you can walk through. It makes a water bridge. And
Oh, I actually got confused by these puzzles here a little bit. I actually at first had no idea what to do with them, with these chalices.
Was I watching a league stream? Nah. It was just a regular, comfy speedrun stream. But they decided to attack him that day. They ruined the comfy though. Alright, to open up the door to get to where the boss is, I have to deactivate this one in the middle and then warp back. And that message pretty much tells me the door can be open now.
Oh, I think I know what fooled me. I see it right now. If you look closely, the dot on the mini-map is grayed out, but that's because of the waterfall. But you can warp to the other side, and I think that fooled me. Indeed.
Boozled.
Alright, alright. I now finally got it.
Alright, here we go. Let me prepare for this. Oh yeah, that's right. Keep forgetting he gets this. Actually, I didn't. That should be good. And I cook for good measure. Alright. All I want to do is just get a stun here. Alright, there we go. Alright. If anybody died before I got this off, would have been bad. But usually the stun happens so quickly I don't have to worry about it. Like I said, her spells hit so hard that it can easily happen if no one blocks. Alright, so we're gonna switch in Lava Set now. Because he just learned a spell that's really good against this boss, so I sub out Eleanor for him.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. It is a great spell.
Yeah, I use that one a lot.
You can ride that spell for most of the game. And it will have no problems whatsoever.
Oh yeah, that's the Kaleido.
Kaleido Ray.
Yeah, that one is pretty awesome.
If you're playing this game and you're trying to figure out good spells,
Oh!
Kaleido Ray is the safest bet.
I've stopped that spell on so many occasions and he got it off. That's what I'm talking about there. You see that? That just bodied me and Rokuro.
Wow, Flame Vortex is a cruel spell. Because it hits multiple times and has a pretty high base damage.
And this boss has a lot of art attack, so... And you have to watch out for its break soul too. 'Cause that does a lot of damage. Get his soul count back to max. And get as many stuns as possible. Knew that was gonna happen. But yeah, this boss definitely has Iron Stance. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the first boss you fight with Iron Stances. I have no soul now. It's always this final stretch of the fight. Look at all these loose souls. Nobody's picking these up. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna be the guy. Hey, this doesn't usually go how I usually the best case goes for me, but you know what? Forget it. I just want to kill it now.
Yeah, go for it, man.
There we go.
This is like many other fights in other Tales games. This is a fight you don't wanna mess around too long.
Yeah.
Because when bosses get low on HP, they get more aggressive and get extra spells added in most cases. So you want to make quick work of them.
Alright. Well, I thought it was dead. I got a chain that did all that damage. That's another thing that always like tricks me. Is how their HP bar looks like it's gone, but there's still like a couple thousand health left on them. I hate that so much. Because it makes me think, okay, I can sort of calm down. He's almost dead. It's like, no, he's got like 3,000 more HP. It's not close to dying. Just visually it looks that way. That's right, I can't use a bottle here.
Yeah, I find that bar, or in general HP bars, I find them a little bit irritating if they kind of like base on the scaling of the actual HP.
Yeah.
And the last percent is kind of like going below 1% and it doesn't get shown anymore. So it's very irritating, yeah.
I didn't think I'd get so many difficulty questions.
I'm not
I
too
imagine.
surprised. With how many times they've been doing it this marathon, I'm not too surprised.
We usually run on normal. That's usually how they go for most of the runs.
Yeah, unless we specify, it's always
Yeah.
gonna be normal, at least in this community.
I never understood, as far as the difficulty settings go, I never understood why they changed the name, the difficulty setting evil to intense. When did they do that? Did it start in Zestiria?
I think...
I think so.
Because I didn't play Graces. Because I know Chaos is in that game.
It could have started in the PS Vita remakes.
Huh.
I think Cilia also has Intense, actually.
I haven't played Exilia. Yeah, like I said, after Abyss, there was like this huge gap of Tales of games that I just did not play at all. And I just played Vesperia for the first time last year, so I'm trying to ease back in and get to those games I missed. Yeah, I'm used to calling it evil because I first saw the difficulty name evil in Tales of Destiny remake, because that's where they started naming the difficulties like that. But then I saw Zesteria called it Intense. I was like, okay, that's still evil. It's just a different name. But why change it? Is evil like a bad word over here or something?
Intense, more dramatic. Oh, I don't know.
エレノ
まったく素性も目
I could
的も
just
知ら
warp
ずに
there.
依頼を受けるなんて
知らない方が面倒がないのよ。
Alright, so the place I was locked up in the beginning of the game, we're gonna go back over there and we're gonna turn it into a base now. After we clean it out though.
That actually makes logical sense in a Tales of game,
Yeah.
Like,
I was actually
I'll
hoping
praise
to
this
get
game
build
about
it.
one thing. They say very mature with this game, and they did not make the characters feel dumb at all. The second they didn't trust somebody, they really didn't.
戦うのは
Like, I mean, Eleanor's on your team. It takes them like what, halfway through the game till they even like vocally trust her.
Wait, who was that? Eleanor?
Yeah, Eleanor. It
Yeah.
took them a while until they actually like openly trusted her.
You remember who she was with though. They fought her like 3 times. She was with the Exorcist.
No, they didn't goof up with the demons. If this is really like what they say, that's 1,000 years in the past, like, and they didn't know what Malik/Seraphim were, I think it was a great idea because they wouldn't know what Hellions and Malevolence were, so they just named it whatever they thought it
よ
was.
ほど強い汚れを発するゴーマがおるようじゃの
And since at the time they could visibly see them, why not demons? It kind of makes sense.
Yo. You know what? Now that you brought that up, I'm kind of curious how many people in here right now have like played Berseria but haven't beaten it. And if I get to the end of the game, they find out what the ending is and what happens.
Yeah.
Actually, let me go ahead and ask this. Since I'm the last run, should I let the last cutscene play or just skip it?
That's a pretty
Damn,
difficult
that's a good
question.
It's an awesome
Yeah.
cutscene at the end, and I'd love for people to see it, but I don't know if like they want to be spoiled or anything. I want to question why you're even in here if you don't want to get spoiled, but you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a straw poll.
All right then, that works.
Yeah, let the poll decide, and we roll with it. But also on the thing with Malakin, Seraph, demons, and stuff like that, I can assure you, make sure you play through the post-game dungeon, because it's actually story lore.
Oh yeah, actually, some of the side quests are too.
That as well.
Like the one dealing with Aizen, the one dealing with Zavid and the dragons.
Yeah, that's actually pretty important if you have played Berseria. That one is actually really important.
Oh god, wow, we're flying up there. It's looking like yes so far.
Okay. Well, for the
Let's keep
guys who
going.
don't want to see it, just leave the channel, I guess.
I'll try to keep it posted up every now and then. And Brett, you know, when you hit the final dungeon, I'll give you the final say on it.
All right then.
Yeah, I'll try to every 15 minutes. I'll try to remember to post it.
Sometimes when you're going up these areas, these little doorways that don't have a door in it, there's been a couple of times where some monsters were facing me, and as I was approaching it, they saw me and they wouldn't move.
Yeah,
I had that happen
once.
as well sometimes. That's interesting, yeah.
It hasn't happened to me in a long time. It's just something I like to bring up. Gotta make sure I do this right.
Oh yeah, a good old friend is coming back.
Yeah.
uh,
Now this guy is undead, so he actually heals some of his health back. As you can see, those little green numbers, that's how much he's healing his health back by.
yeah, undead type enemies is the same as in Berseria. You do damage to them, and a portion of that damage they actually get back. So they have effectively way more HP than shown in the info table.
Actually, I'm gonna turn that off.
And this is a good old friend Dullahan. In Berseria, a total nightmare to play against. And it didn't change here either.
Oh, really? I forgot how he was in Zesteria. I remember he was in it, but I forgot how he was. There's actually another boss that also returns. But from what I've been
He
hearing
is a pain in Berseria.
from what I've been hearing in Zesteria for a different boss, Cerberus, because he's also in this game too. I heard he was a pain in that game.
Yeah, Cerberus can be pretty cruel as well, yeah.
Man, I'm playing bad defense. I know there was his brother Duo Block, and I heard he was annoying.
Dual Block is actually, in my opinion, the best enemy in the game. I mean, sadly
Really?
it's a post game, but he actually talks, and he has a pretty sweet short line if you beat him. I don't spoil it, try to listen to him. It's amazing, actually.
Like after you kill him in the fight, or cutscene
Yeah,
after?
No, in the fight, like when you finish him off. It's not really a phrase, actually. It's just 2 words. But I find it funny.
I am getting destroyed. It all went bad when I got that status inflicted on me in the beginning. I can't break soul him at all. It's been way better this in practice, but that's fine. Oh yeah, when he gets to 1/4 health, he's gonna summon these 2 armored guys to help him out. If you kill both of them before you kill him, I think after a certain amount of time he'll summon 2 more. So what I try to do is kill him before my teammates kill the little armored guys. Also, how's the poll looking now? Is it still view the final cutscene?
Yeah,
Oh, by
big
2
lead.
margin.
Alright.
92 to 8.
I am not getting any stuns. It's weird. Like, really weird. There we go. Felt like forever. That's a real strange fight. Like, Magilu getting like all the stuns, and I didn't get any. It's usually not this much of an issue to get stuns on Dullahan. I don't know, maybe that's something I have to look into later. What's the percentages, by the way?
90% now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's over.
I don't know, they still got, what, 3 hours-ish?
Roundabout, yeah. Unless Burden throws in like the Miracle Unicorn skip.
Miracle Unicorn. Wait, what?
Yeah, the ever elusive credit warp.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh yeah, I didn't mention this before. Unlike other Tales of games, I don't know if this was in Zesty or not, but whenever one of your characters dies in a fight, and they stay dead even after the fight's over, they still get all the experience.
That's not in Zesty.
Oh,
Yeah, it's only Berseria so far.
so that's something they added. I don't remember too much of Zesty's mechanics, as I've only played through it like one time. But yeah, that was...
I think
They
that's
are a
because
little bit messy.
I think that's because they finally realized, like, okay, a lot of our bosses have gimmicks to them that can one-shot. We may as well be rewarded if they survive to the end of the fight.
I mean, I guess if you want to keep certain characters from getting experience, that's cool. They don't want you doing that anymore in this game. That fight should have been way better than that, but it's whatever.
Yeah, sometimes in speedruns you want to have experience on certain characters or else you are a little bit in trouble. I mean, if it maybe happens 1 or 2 times, you maybe have a backup strat, but if it happens too often, the run gets pretty complicated and troublesome. I mean, convenient for Berseria. You don't have to worry too much about it.
Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. I was supposed to come here second. I should have looked at my notes for that part.
Too soon. Oh man.
Yeah. Because you are supposed to go down there. You revisit this place like 3 times in the run. It's like, oh, is this the part where I go up to the watchtower? Is this the part where I go to down to the prison cell Velvet was in? Like, you'll see this place a lot. A lot.
I find it still odd and a little bit sad that the interaction in this place is actually that limited and small throughout the game.
Yeah.
Because this could be like really a base you could establish and build up something, and I thought it at first actually that you can kind of like build stuff in here and have like, I don't know, a cooking place or a crafting place or whatever. But it's just another area.
I think wind steps is just a zesty thing at this point. Somebody in here mentioned that Xillia 2 had dashing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'd love to have it in this game, but
Yeah, sprint option, dash option would be really good. Maybe limited to like a certain amount of time, or you have like a stamina bar or something like that. Would be okay. I mean, the geobot is pretty awesome later on, but a little bit annoying.
yeah, because you have to go to the checkpoints to go get it. Then you can use it. So you have to
Yep.
earn it first before you can use it. I thought when you first got it, you know, you can use it immediately.
Well, the geobot is helpful, no doubt about it, but it's actually pretty late. And as mentioned, you have to activate checkpoints, also called geotrees, to actually have the allowance in that area to use the geobot.
Yeah. I'll be getting it soon, actually.
That's more or less coming up here.
Oh, also, I didn't ask this before, but we were like hours ahead before. Did something happen between the few runs, like graces and stuff like that?
Ghoul fell asleep when he was restreaming Graces, and it put us 30 minutes behind.
Yeah.
We were trying
I wa-
until I called him because I forgot, like I was missing his number. Until I called him, we were trying to figure out like ways that we could have like kicked his computer off the stream or whatnot. But yeah, ended up calling him and they got it.
What's that move? There's like a new thing I put in, so. Talking to that guy is kind of weird because, as I told you before, some of the times that you talk to NPCs, you have to hold a button to go through their text. For some reason, that guy has turbo text and everybody else doesn't. Like you hold one button and he just blazes through his text, but everybody else goes at a certain speed.
Oh yeah, I was hype here. Fishing mini game. And then it was let down. I mean, I've seen bad fishing mini games, but yeah, this one is.
Cutscene between Aizen and Rokuro, like them just dishing it out, overfishing.
Yeah, that one is actually great.
No, I want an actual like cutscene of them like having the fishing competition though, not just.
Oh, okay.
Talking about
Okay,
it.
There we go.
We got an unlucky event on the fishing happening. Who would have guessed? And yeah, we have kind of like a chain battle going on now. We have a couple of waivers to deal with. For what particular reason you are using Eleanor right now? Or was using Eleanor?
Okay. So, I set her just to boost her blast gauge to 1, cause I want to make sure to switch her out of this fight, like ASAP for Magilu, cause her attacks are better for this boss, in my opinion.
Alright, fair enough. Oh yeah, this boss, Pandora. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's annoying. And that's exactly,
to say the least.
That's exactly why I put Magilu in though.
So the thing about the Pandora enemy here is, he has a wide range of attacks that are pretty wide-ranging.
Yes.
And you have little space to work with, actually. And he hurts also a lot. Front attacks, back attacks, side attacks. You pretty much get everything thrown at you in different ways.
Used to hate this boss so much that I went to an inn that was in Titania. It was way at the back. And I was like, this wastes so much time, but I hate this boss so much, I'm willing to do that. I was like, you know what? Why don't I just do this instead? This is way better. The DPS is actually pretty decent. So yeah, I don't do that anymore. One of the few things I changed in the route. Also, I didn't think that would kill me. But yeah, that spell or whatever it is covers like the whole field and it inflicts slow.
And slow sucks.
Oh yeah.
So much in this game.
Can't
They
heal,
really buffed
no
it.
quick stepping, and you move slower. There's that spin attack.
Yeah, that one hurts a lot.
Yeah, he's
I
got
think
him
it's
in a corner
also
right
multiple hits as well. Oh yeah, that laser. You don't want to get hit by that laser. That's for sure.
Yeah, he hasn't
I mean,
used
you
it
have
yet.
gladly,
Thankfully. I don't want to see
you
it.
have gladly
Oh,
enough time
no.
to dodge away
Yeah, there it
because
is.
the wind up and animation is pretty long.
I thought I would kill him before he does it, but he did it there.
Oh boy, no, please.
He was facing.
Ah, getting
Outs-
greedy.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Still a pretty good fight. This is one of the often happening kinds of fights that can get out of control pretty easily because of so many AoE effects and high damage and stuff.
You have to talk to everybody here. That's what I like to put in my note. Just talk all the stars. Or talk to all stars, I mean.
General plot synopsis: lonely girl gets mad and wants revenge and goes on a world tour.
Wow, that's surprisingly accurate.
Alright, so now we're going to be going to a completely different area now. Yeah, so next place we go to, we'll actually get the geo board. Just like I can warp here. Not going to go inside, we're just going to use that as a shortcut to go over to here. This area over to the right is actually opened up now. It used to be blocked off by guards. Now the path is clear, we can go over there now. Oh, and also, Eleanor made some costume for Lafayette. I forgot about that part actually.
Oh no, you fished that costume out.
Oh, right.
Like nobody caught any fish. They just caught stupid stuff the whole time.
Are you say you don't want those goofy glasses?
No. No.
We didn't had enough goofy glasses in Cilia actually, so... How about it, Baron? Rooting goofy glasses in?
Omega, yes.
Oh, Omega is also pretty accurate.
Yeah, you forgot. Why do birds fly?
Oh yeah, the question of questions. Indeed.
Alright, we have to go up this mountain first before we can go into Stoneberry. For some reason, they just want you to look up this mountain first. As soon as we go to Stoneberry and go into the inn, Zavita will be drinking there. You leave, then you come right back over to this mountain and you fight a dragon.
Pretty beautiful dragon, actually.
Yeah. Gonna grab these felled boots in here. And oh yeah, before we come back over here, we'll get the geoboard as soon as we leave Stoneberry. I think this is the point of the game where the developer's like, okay, these maps are getting really, really large. We need to give you a faster way of movement.
They sure did. That thing's awesome.
Yeah, Geobot is a pretty cool feature. I mean, in general, it's a cool feature. It's a little bit, yeah, as we talked about before, inconveniently made in its feature and how to activate all that stuff and so on. But the basic idea is pretty cool. I like it. Also, it took me at first to get used to the controls a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm even fine with how it's activated because it forces you to at least go through the stage normally one time before you get the geoboard and just fly through.
Indeed. Oh yeah, these wasps are actually pretty dangerous. Like the stag beetles, they are actually fairly fast.
They can outspeed the geoboard.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, it's happening. These are the only enemies, the wasps or bees, and the stag beetles. They can actually outspeed the geobot. So you never wanna run or drive, hover in a straight line.
Wing boots. Which wing boots? Vesperia? Abyss? Destiny PS1?
Cilia 2 are the wing boots.
Oh. I mean,
That's
wing
the
boots is in a
activation
lot
for
of
the
games.
for the dash.
Oh, okay. See, I still haven't played that game, see? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Gotta get to these games.
That's actually true. That's why Madam is actually mentioning something. You should actually play it because of that, because there is a different animation, and the Rowan has actually the best sprinting animation. It's amazing. So anything specific you're looking for here in the shop?
Amphi equipment, pretty much. And got Amphi blade. I got failed earrings for Magulu, and I got 2 pair of Amphi boots. The boots are the most important as far as I'm concerned because they raise art attack, especially for the spellcasters. That cutscene I just passed was for the geoboard. So if you look on the minimap in the top left, it'll be this green little square thing. That's right there is what the little checkpoints you need to pick up in order to use the geoboard, like right here. And now I can use it. I'm gonna go down this way first because there's a weapon for Aizen that I like to get. He still has the default weapon he comes with on right now.
Yeah, for anyone that has trouble controlling the geobot, try tapping the stick a little bit. You can use either the left or the right stick, which is more, which is better for you. But I find it actually the best way to kind of like tap it a little bit, not go fully, because the geobot is actually really responsive and acts directly on using the sticks.
I forgot fairies could do that. I thought I was so fast I could get away from them.
Sadly not, nope.
But yeah, like I said, whenever a tutorial's in effect, you can't be killed. You can just run away. It's just a little freebie they give you. It's real generous of them. I wish I didn't have to use it on that one. I could have saved it for something way later that's way more dangerous and has a higher chance of happening, but it's fine. At the end of the day, at worst, I can just quick save at that part before I go through, which is what I'll do because I've actually died there before. And it was not pretty being like 5 hours into a run and just die to something like that. Also, I didn't know people actually had trouble controlling this.
Yeah, as I said, I had at first because it was too responsive, and I'm kinda like one of these persons, when I use the analog stick, I go full. And yeah, I was actually turning around a couple times.
Finally got some boots for them. I could have gotten those boots earlier, but shops didn't hold them till now. Which also goes in line for, as I brought before, all the RNG shop equipment. Also, did I give him? Yeah. He should have a paralysis charm on him. Just making sure. Okay, here's another plot boss that you can't kill. The fight actually ends after you take 1/8 of his health, but he has a lot of HP. Because you're actually supposed to fight this guy like later as like some side quest. And also just quick switch to everybody and have them use their break souls to give him max soul count. So I can get more stuns on him, hopefully. And yeah, from my experience, the AI is really bad at blocking Dragon's attacks. Which is not good for me in my life bottle count. There we go. Yep, another Eisen death. Alright, fight's over.
God, Eisen's becoming the new Rokuro. God.
Yeah, Eisen and Rokuro die a lot because they're usually always on the front lines. Some of the boss's attacks, they don't do too well at blocking, or they get hit while in the middle of them trying to attack. The spellcasters are good because most of the time they're way in the back and they usually play very defensively if they're not in the middle of casting a spell. Even when they're casting a spell, they do good at like sidestepping attacks or blocking. So I'm thankful they're not too dumb. There's also another point here I need to pick up. I got these birds chasing me. This one right here is actually very important to get because this area actually connects to the other exit for Zexen. And I actually need to go through that pathway again towards the end of the game. I've actually went through there before, not realizing that. There's also another one here. I've missed this countless times because that one can just pass right by you without you realizing it. There's also another point over here. Now we can board inside this place. We're having an argument on when it was not a dragon. Look, that thing has a lot of super armor on its attacks. As far as I'm concerned, that thing is a dragon. And it'll be very apparent when I fight Hellkite, when I tell you about Dragon's attacks being very long and having super armor in the entire attack animation. And it's very annoying to deal with.
NPC blocking.
Yeah. I'm glad they don't move in this game, honestly.
はい。
I
hate,
don't know. I don't know, man.
I mean, at the very least. Yeah, you have to talk to these guys.
すが
最高
マッチついタイム
せ
メディス
You have to talk to all these people in town
ちょっと今
about a certain someone I'll be fighting real soon. Oh, this will be a perfect time to bring up the fight that I mentioned at the very beginning of this run about the most dangerous fight in the game, in my opinion, comes before that certain someone I fight, and I'll be going to that place very soon.
マッチキララここまあちょっと
なん
さ
ずい
そう今異常なんでもごまあ
ごま
Oh, low on money. Yeah, and this is a rarity. Supposed to warp up there. Don't do it. Don't you dare do it. To grab this.
Oh, 警備がいないぞ。これは裏か表か。
表よここは一気に踏み込む
That's a thing that can happen. Enemies just appear right in front of you. That doesn't happen too often, but yeah, the not the boss fight, but I guess the mini boss or whatever you want to call it. They make you fight them. Okay, so there'll be these 3 knights. They have 3 Malkin with them. One's a armored dude. The 2 of them are those wraith ghosts, whatever you want to call them. That is the worst fight in this run, in my opinion. It is so annoying because all of them can cast spells, very good spells that can kill pretty much anybody in the party easily. I think the 3 Exorcist Knights have like what's it called? Hell's Gate or whatever it's called, that high level wind spell. You don't want that to come out. So the way I prepare for that is I grabbed a soul bottle out in that gigantic field out there. There was a bronze chest with a soul bottle in it. I give it to Magilu and I spell absorb a lot. And I hope to God that that is enough to take him out. I've tried many other things, but that's like the best I could come up with at this point. But I hate that fight so much. It's even failed me too, so I'm not calling it the end all be all to it. Even though her spell absorption arts do good damage to them if they come out. I think nearly every single one of them do. You can still somehow lose that fight. Alright, it'll be right directly down those stairs, so I need to really see if I prepare this right. Okay, should be good. Oh, also the knights are resist void, so that doesn't help.
Oh yeah, that fight. I remember it. I had a little bit of trouble with it.
It's terrible in the run, dude.
I can imagine.
Okay, good. Got majority of them caught in that. Okay, that's all we're getting out of that. So I gotta work with this. Yeah, Rokuro died. These dudes are real strong too. Ugh. Whoa. Yep. They're all linked together too. What am I targeting him for? Yeah, this is looking real bad. Get that. I'm gonna try to try hard this and see if I can get out of it. I tried so hard to get out of that. That's why I said this fight's bad. This is still the only fight I actually die to. Still to this day. God awful fight, man. Like I said, it's not the answer for everything. Okay, got the flame wall. I'd rather have that than the others because it actually pushes them away if they're close to her. This is gonna happen again, ain't it? This is gonna happen again, ain't it? Like, all their spells just kill. Every single one of them. All of them can cast spells. All of them. Like, look at this. She's trying so hard to live. I don't know if I want to continue this fight or not. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I predicted this. Just saying.
Yeah, the amount of spells is ridiculous that are getting tossed around in this fight, and mainly AoE spells as well. It's not like it's, Windlands or stuff like that. No, we're talking about mid-level, high-level AoE spells.
Problem is when they get spread out, all of her spells might hit. Alright, this armor dude died. Alright, this might be the one. Okay, this is the one. This is definitely the one. Die. There we go. Also, these wraiths like to try to grab you and then like explode. Not letting that happen. There's no way I can lose now. Jesus. Taking forever to go out. Alright, alright. Thank God that's over. So, that was the hardest fight in the game, folks. And it's over.
Oh, nice. There we go.
But yeah. That's why I made such a big deal about it when I started the run. I brought it up earlier. I don't know if anybody remembers that or not, but if they spread out too much, it can be a mess. There's just so many of them. There's so many to try to like keep under control. They all can cast spells. Every single one of their spells can be potentially dangerous. Just an awful fight. What? Didn't light it. Also, that fight is another reason why I gave up on trying to go to ends, because I die on that fight so much now that it really wouldn't matter getting up to this point. And this is a strategy setting I do, especially for this boss. This boss will have a... Well, at first, you don't even fight the boss. First, you fight a set of snakes that are really, really weak. But then you fight the actual boss. And she has 2 golems with her for whatever reason. But I found out she could summon snakes. But if any of those 2 golems are still alive, she can't summon any more snakes. So what I try to do is I get everybody to focus on the boss and keep the golems alive as long as possible. Because if we can take out the boss before we take out the golems, we don't have to worry about any extra snakes.
Yeah, this is the usual mechanics, also known from Berseria. There can only be a certain amount of enemies, and depending on the size value of the enemies, the number gets decreased. So bigger enemies take up a lot more slots, and there are only a few of them then. They held on the onto that mechanic in Berseria as well.
I don't know if I got that in or not. Yeah, this could be a problem here when she goes around the golems. The golems are really, really slow, but they can sometimes get in the way and end up getting killed because of it. I try really hard to direct them away by having her, like, come to me. Like I said, the bosses sometimes will, like, even though you're wailing on them, they'll forget you even exist and go after somebody way in the back. Yeah, one of the golems died. Ugh. Yep, I think all the golems gonna die. They were all clumped up too much. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, she's the only enemy in the game as far as I'm concerned, unless there's an extra boss or something extra that does it. That can inflict stone. It's not permanent, and it'll go out after about 7 or 8 seconds. But they're completely immobile, and anybody can hurt them while they're stoned as well, but they don't die. It's actually kind of weird because Petrify was in other Tales of titles, but it was like some enemy exclusive thing in this game.
Petrifying this Tira was actually pretty cruel because you couldn't heal it.
You can heal it with a Panacea bottle, but
Yeah, I'm pretty glad about that.
that's weird that you can't heal it in Zestiria though.
Yeah, in this tier, the only option if you get petrified, you need to let yourself get killed.
Oh no. Also, she has Crown Fire. Yay!
Yeah, our beloved spell, sadly on the wrong side. Crown Fire range is ridiculously high.
Yeah. Now, it can be kind of troublesome since I set the strategy for everybody to focus on the boss. So the snakes can sort of get free shots because of that. Lafayette's automatically going to attack her because of his default strategy, so I didn't have to like change his. Ah, she used her Soul Blast. I was just about to extend that to a Mystic Art. That's a kind of a dumb thing they can do too. At every 25% of their health you take off a boss, they use what's called a Soul Blast. And it's this move they can use, and they blow everybody who's close to them away.
Yeah, it's kind of like the anti-combo mechanic of this game.
Yeah.
So you can continuously 100 to 0 boss or enemies. Normal enemies don't have that, but bosses have it as well. Now here. In different stages. The early ones only do it like in the last 25%, later bosses every 25%. So it varies on the progress of your game.
Yeah. But yeah, even though she's
And
dead,
as
you have to
mentioned
kill her
before-
snakes now. That's why I'd rather keep the golems in, because the golems are a lot faster to kill. And they're slower and easier to deal with. Her snakes can vary in how many are left. Alright, that's over with. Alright, so back here again. Like I said, we revisit this place a lot of times, so I get used to seeing this place. Oh! For some reason I thought that would send me into a cutscene. So I was holding R1 circle to skip the cutscene, but I went back into the trap door.
Oh man.
Alright, get on the boat. We're gonna go to another island. Haven't been before. And this place gives you a lot of gold, so this is where I can kind of catch up. The shops also can have some pretty pricey stuff at this point in the game too, so the main thing that I probably want at this point is at least one pair of quartz boots, if I can. Yeah, it's there. It's 6,000 gold though, so I can't afford that right now. But luckily, I can later. So I'm not gonna worry about that too much. So that chest had 4,000 gold, and there's another chest right out here that has 4,000 more gold. And yeah, those wolves are pretty fast now. Also, for another power boost, there is a beast ring inside of this chest here. There's another one I also pick up. Those can also be sold in stores, but like I said, RNG and price varies. And I actually go out my way to grab this, because you actually do have to come back. Well, walk all the way back. They don't let you walk back, so I found it faster to just go ahead and get this. Alright, there's not too much that happens in this forest here. There is one chest I will grab, but in a couple of screens there'll be another boss, Xenomantis. And I've been working on that boss for quite a while now. They're trying to find something that works the best. I tried to chain him, but that seemed to be just an absolute struggle for me to do. So what I've found that, well, what I came up to do instead of trying to chain him is I just put everybody to fire spells and attacks, and it just seems to work the best. There's a chest over here I pick up. It's a quartz bag, and that's for Laphicet. Switch them so I don't have this all screwed up. Don't have a third burnt shard, so I'll just roll with what I got then. Didn't have to switch that? Weird. And oh, that's good. Okay. So the objective of this boss is to pretty much keep him as close to the spellcasters as possible. He has a break soul move where he tries to just fly and charge at you. He's just this gigantic mutant mantis. A lot of his moves just try to like push forward. Yep, there's his break soul.
His break soul's nasty.
Yeah, you do not want to get hit by that. But I found it easy to dodge, because he takes a while for it to actually come out and charge. Also, that little thing he does there where he spreads out his arms like that, he actually buffs himself and gives himself 30% more attack. So, while that's in effect, you want to really keep anybody from getting hit. He's been pretty tame so far. Oh, I spoke too soon. Thank God I could break soul through that. That would have hurt.
Oh yeah, good old Hellgate.
Yeah. It makes more sense for this guy to have Hell's Gate and not those knights that I fought before. Because they have that too. I have no clue why they have that. That's such a high level spell. Try to inch him closer, because like I said before, Eleanor's fire spell does not reach the entire battlefield, so there have been times where I fought him and it's just been a little bit off from hitting him. So I try to keep them as close as possible to each other. This will be a good spot. I thought I could. Well, he chipped me with air slash. I thought I'd be able to take that. Oh well. He's almost dead anyway. Alright. And he's out. That's about how an average fight goes, without the deaths, of course. Alright, so unfortunately for me, right down here is a silver chest with a quartz blade for velvet. I really wish they would give you that before the fight.
Yeah.
I remember that recouple. I'll look at that. If you remember to tell me. Can I don't forget. You know how my memory is. Yeah, his charge, break souls, breakthrough guard. That goes for me and anybody else who uses them, so blocking does nothing. You either quick step it or get out the way. So, at the very beginning of the game, you were in a Velvet's village. Everybody died. You got locked up in prison. So, in these next few screens, I'm actually going to revisit that place. And it's going to look like everybody's still alive. Which is an interesting part of the game. And we're back home.
行ってみようよ。ベルベットの家に。
Oh.
まず
And don't forget to grab this. That's right next to her house.
トマト卵スープとプディングも。あなた。そんなこと
Alright,
できたのね
since I got all that gold now, there's a merchant here. It always made me wonder, was this merchant real or not?
おじさん。
He does disappear after everything happens, but I don't know if he just takes off or what.
じゃあ、分かった。
This guy right here. That always bothered me.
It's not like his stuff, you know,
Wait a minute.
disappeared or anything.
It was that I wanted. Not that. Alright. So now, we need to go out and get some prickle blowers, just like at the beginning of the game. But instead, the prickle blowers are going to have the exact same stat values that they did at the beginning of the game. So these are going to be just absolute slaughters. So I'm pretty sure they intend for you to go to different areas of this forest to find the prickle blowers, but I found out that you can just kill the same one over and over as long as you leave and come back. Another special thing about the prickle blower is he can't be stacked into other fights
大したことなかった。
with the monsters around him, so you don't have to worry about getting into dangerous encounters with just some weak prickle blower being slapped into there.
Do they actually get destroyed if you hover into them with the geobot?
No, they do not.
No, they're plot sensitive.
Okay, so they actually got the plot armor
Yeah, they
for the geobot.
they have those especially there for the plot.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, that chest back there had another beast ring, and I just grabbed that for a little extra attack power. Whoa. Okay. That's unfortunate. That's a little problem that can happen. Okay, the prickle blower is in there with a bunch of other enemies that are completely irrelevant to you. Your objective is to kill 3 of them. Sometimes the prickle blower cannot cooperate and just move out the way. If he sees you, he tries to charge you, which can also still spell trouble for you because the other enemies see you and they try to run after you too. And I've had the prickle blower be within a mob of enemies, and I have to somehow touch him out of like the ogres, birds, and everything else is in this forest that's around him.
Yeah, 'cause the prickle boards do not engage. Don't trigger what are they called? Cross encounters.
Yeah, you can't stack them with the other enemies. Thankfully, you can't. That'd be
その手話の
pretty rough to deal with.
これだ。
Yeah, like I
ラ
said,
フィーが待ってる
they're easy to deal
ダッ
with
シュで戻るわ
as
よ
far as killing them.
はい
So after you kill them all, you just go back. Alright, so at this point in the game, after you kill the prickle blowers, you're actually locked into this village because of the events that are coming up. You can actually leave if you have an enough bottle to go pack the Terrashine, but if you don't do it before this part, you're locked in. Like right now, I can't go anywhere. I'm stuck here. They really don't want you to leave for anything here. I feel like I'll switch something here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. This cutscene just shows that all the people that you saw in the village that were supposedly alive were actually just mirages. A figment of your imagination. And they turn into monsters. Now you have to kill them. They're pretty easy though. They stun very easy. Nice. Not bad. Alright, and it's on to the forest where we'll actually fight the real boss. They like to give you these little appetizers before you take on the main course in this game. They'll give you like these mini bosses or these little set of weak enemies to deal with. The only time I can say that's not the case is obviously that place before I fought Medusa. They can actually kill you.
I was actually...
Oh, that's all I was gonna say.
No problem. I was actually scared the first time because skeleton mages.
Oh, the code red.
They are always spelling trouble.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't have a crust ring. Another ring that I could get is the crust ring, which boosts art attack by a lot. But the stores didn't have them, so... Now here's our boy Cerberus. So that was
the easy version.
Yeah. It's supposed to be wind. Messed up that setup. Now tell me, give me the deets on the Zestiria Cerberus. What makes him so terrible to fight?
What makes him terrible is these breath attack you are seeing here in Zestiria, they are unblockable. So you have to dodge them. If you get hit, you get hit from massive multiple hits with massive damage. He has the regeneration that is like, I don't know, nearly 5 to 10% of his HP heals up. Awful comboing at times. Behavior is really odd. He is just a mess.
Because I remember where he was in the game. He was like, you had to like revisit the place you start at as Zestiria, and then he's just sitting there.
Yeah. He's pretty much at the end of the game, and he behaves like an endgame boss. If not even worse. So, yeah, this guy in Zestiria, the biggest problem is the unblockable breath attack, because they are to the right and left side. I mean, you can probably more or less dodge them if you react fast. But the double breath attack that he does later on, where he uses both heads actually, if you get hit, you are pretty much dead.
Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, he can heal too. I haven't found a way to stop that heal.
Probably only set ailments.
There's another boss coming up ahead that also has a heal, but I know how to stop that one. I cannot stop this one as far as I know. The only reason I can stop the other heal is because it's an actual heal spell. And you know who can stop spells.
Oh yeah, that bite attack as well. You want to dodge that one. It's multiple massive hits as well.
Yeah. I'm glad he doesn't heal multiple times. It's just like a one-time thing.
Oh, and the tier rate can happen actually that he does it like 3 times in a row.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's a certain HP value when he starts healing, and if he's after a heal still under that value, he can trigger it again.
That's awful.
So that can prolong the fight pretty heavily.
And yeah, when he gets to his last 25% of health, he starts using both breath attacks, fire and ice. But his weakness to ice, I just, one missing piece I'd say to this boss, because he used to give me a little bit of trouble routing him in and not taking forever to kill, is Rokuro's Form 4, the wind one. Does a lot of damage to him. He does have a wind weakness, but I didn't think it would do as much damage as it did to him. I used to use Hurricane Thrust instead, but that does just way more damage than Hurricane Thrust. Alright, so that's it for this place. Now I gotta go all the way back to the ship. And then we can just warp out of the forest too. How many FFZ emotes do I have? Let me try to remember the exact number. 700? 800?
You serious?
No, I'm dead serious. You can see my page on the FFC site.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that many.
Oh man. I mean, I knew you had a lot of emotes, but that's a bit much.
Now, here's the kicker. Do you know what my limit is? Because I do actually have a limit.
I have no idea.
I have a limit, but the limit is 6,969.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oddly specific.
Yeah. Alright, so we're going back to Titania again. I believe this is the last time you visit there for a while. I might be wrong about that though. But yeah, this is where the boss fights start getting a lot more interesting. And you'll see why. The very next one I fight is a doozy.
Oh, yeah. This is a boss fight I mentioned earlier. It's a plot fight, you have to stay alive, but it's actually fairly difficult. Or is it coming later? Do I switch it around right now?
What's that?
I think I'm switching around fights right now. My bad. Yeah, okay, no, we're not there yet. No, I was thinking about another fight because you were going to Titania. My bad.
Yeah, Danky's made it, so I went ahead and submitted it. Alright, so if you remember a forest I was in about earlier into the run, there was a bunch of these barriers. This takes that little puzzle gimmick and puts it into a larger field.
It goes way too far with it.
Yeah, it could be quite confusing when you first do it. No lie, it took me a while when I first did it too.
Yeah, this part on Intense can be pretty difficult, indeed. It's in general already a little bit difficult,
Yeah.
but on higher difficulties, the upcoming fight can actually be a real problem. Also to mention, this is the second area in the demo as well,
Yeah.
without the barriers.
Oh, there's no barriers here in the demo?
Nope. No, you have just kind of like a grinding field, more or less. It's just a battle demo for the battle gameplay.
Oh, so you don't even fight the boss? I thought you did.
No, you have only the elite hunts, the marks, 2 of them, and you can either decide which one you want to fight, and the demo ends then.
Okay. Oh, also I didn't mention this, but right now Teresa's in my party. She doesn't join in any of the fights. She's just kind of there. She actually got taken out of the Exorcist, so she was looking for Oscar and got into some trouble out at sea, and now she's with us to go look for Oscar, which we will be running to that guy really soon.
Yeah, and this time, Oscar is definitely a pretty legit boss fight.
Yeah, though, if you remember the first time, he was kind of pathetic, but no, he stepped it up this time.
Though the skits you have with her really gives you some insight on how she is an awful person.
Oh yes, oh yes.
The guy that killed me was the Teresa fan, if you remember him. He was like a fanatic for her. He was in the tavern at that ice town. He was obsessed with her. Just the things he says about her is ridiculous.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I think I also slightly remember, not completely, but there was something, yeah.
何を話してたの？
なんでもない。
There are also some chests here that also give a lot of gold too. This is where I'd say you get so much that you just start being able to afford just about anything that the shop will probably have for you.
テレサ、命の危険がある術を実践に使う清涼のやり方はおかしいと思いませんか？やると決めたのはオスカーに。
It's right there.
あなたにあの子の何がわかるのですか？
Wait a minute. Yeah, I was supposed to hit that one. I thought I forgot something back there. This place at the end always throws me off. There's a soul bottle in there. Just go ahead and grab that. soul bottles are kind of hard to come by in this run. There is one more chest that has 3 of them in it, but that's late in the game. Wait a minute. Am I... What? Hold up. Oh. The jumping prop was over there. I was like, wait, where's the wind crystal? And I can finally use the geo board, but we're pretty much at the end now. But that's the thing I was mentioning before. They usually give you this in places like this near the end. They want you to suffer a little bit before you can earn this. And also I gotta remember to break this. We actually do revisit this place, so if you don't break that down, it'll still be up and you'll have to go through the normal way. What is this? And okay, this bronze chest over there has a hourglass. And that's just right there, so there's really no reason not to pick it up for a certain boss. I'll save it for later. And there's there's also a chest over here behind this broken pillar that has another pair of quartz boots, which also help give the pair that I already have and another pair here some focus for these upcoming bosses. I like to have at least 2. The shop has a second one. I'll try to get that up, but quartz boots usually are pretty pricey. There's just a lot of good items to pick up around here. And this one is Valkyrie, a really good spear for can't think right now. Eleanor. It's also the part of the game I've also unlocked the third titles, and the third titles increase your focus, since I assume to believe that art attack is high enough. Gonna go ahead and make that switch. Shop level gives you an item from the shopkeeper for every rank you increase, and it also It also will bring one new consumable type item to the shop. Like eventually you can buy stuff like all divides and elixirs. That's like later levels. Stuff you really don't need to be concerned with. So if you don't know, this is actually Teresa, but she has fused herself with a demon, so she betrayed you. Who didn't see that coming?
Now she's ugly.
I find that actually a beauty upgrade, I have to say.
Oh boy.
Well, she's about to be a corpse, so...
Yeah! I don't treat her as a corpse right now, so let's be honest here. But yeah, also in general, Teresa, with the fusion, she actually is now a pretty legit boss by herself. Because she has, what's that name? Antinova, right? Which you wanna either interrupt or make sure you get far, far away from her.
She has explode. Oh, there it goes right there.
Also, her mystic art hurts a lot.
That as well, indeed.
Even on normal.
Oh, there you go.
Easily kill people, you know?
Rip Eisen.
Oh, there we go. Hi, Mystic Art. And she is ruthless, as you may see.
Yeah, when she gets to half health, she gets really dangerous. Because she can cast explode really fast, like right there. Jesus. Her break soul's pretty easy to avoid. It's just a forward lunge. Just quick stuff to the left or right. Completely misses. If you get hit by it though, it does hurt a lot.
Yeah, the jump as well is also pretty easy to avoid. You have
Yeah.
enough time to just move away.
It also
even
tells you
walk
where
away.
it's gonna land.
That as well, the indication 1 or 2 seconds before the landing.
What?
It's more or less basically 2 steps in front of her from where she started launching.
Alright, so Teresa's over. Now they throw you into another boss fight, and check it out. It's Oscar, but this time he's armatized. So I'll make a couple of adjustments to this one. Because the move I was using before actually doesn't work too well. He has a earth resistance because he is armatized with wind. This is actually an unfinished version of armatization. So it's not as strong as it should be.
And has a bad side effect.
But yeah, if you want to talk about Mystic Arts, this guy's Mystic Art hurts.
Oh yeah, it does.
A lot.
Oh yeah. The other problem is his chain multiplier is also pretty low.
Luckily for me in this example, his only typing is human. He's still human. And he really has no elemental weaknesses, so one break soul art will start a chain. And this spell from Lafayette is a lifesaver. This guy can get really out of control near the end of the fight.
I mean,
Also, that-
sometimes just chase Lafayette. I'm coming for you.
Oh boy. His Mystic Art also has a really wide range too, so yeah, it was hitting multiples. He's kind of smart about using his Mystic Art, I'll give him that, because I've seen it that he mostly uses it when others are around. He wants to hit multiple people with it. Boy, he is chipping me to death. Oh, let's grab these loose souls then. That's one good thing about your characters dying is all the loose souls that fall. So if they die, you know, there's a bright side to it.
That was actually my tactic on Intense. I let my people die to get souls.
It's not a bad tactic.
But yeah, the Wind Amortization, not complete, but he's bringing it to a new level with the Mystic Art especially. Normally it's just Sophistia, it's an AoE damage spell, but he is actually giving some extra hits, Sophistia Blade. And he makes good use of the Wind Amortization, which is normally fairly bad in this tier, but he's showing, well, he knows how to control it. The worst thing about this this boss fight is that you are in two pretty difficult boss fights in a row without a break in between, and that makes this actually a pretty hard fight overall.
Okay, I'm actually in a pickle here. He's almost dead. Alright, there we go. Whew. I had no life bottles left, so...
Wow!
Yeah, they were dying a lot to this guy. We were all bunched up a lot, so it made it... It wasted a lot of life bottles. I pulled that
yeah,
one off,
many
though.
of his attacks are AoE based, so he can hit multiple targets at the same time. And his damage is also pretty legit, so... that can be troublesome if you are with a lot of melee people in. You get something off.
Oh, I keep forgetting the shot moves over here after you do that. But the most let me check this shop. Here's another pair of quartz boots. Gonna grab that. Do I do this in the no, I don't need that. That was my old route. So you go back to Titania because there's actually some crazy stuff going down. Now look, everybody else can armatize.
Oh yeah. And it's actually good that there's no fire arbitralization. At least I haven't seen it.
No, there isn't. I was waiting to see it because they had every single other one.
Yeah. But I'm actually glad because I think fire would be the worst one and the most troublesome one. But water alone is also actually pretty problematic. You want to focus on the water one first. And try to dodge the earth one.
Ooh. Monsters start appearing in these areas again, so you can get into a fight if you don't watch it. And for some reason, the turtles are still there.
They're everywhere, man.
Yeah, they just don't care.
I mean, they have a business running, and business is serious, so... Invisible enemies also always a pleasure, more or less.
So you said the wind armatization is the worst one? Out of all 4?
To play in this tier, yeah. It's really hard to control, the combo ability is not that great. A lot of animation locking and stuff like that, so... I mean, it has its uses, but they are very, very limited.
I just like using the laser spell, because I used it on the final boss and it worked really well on him.
That one is actually a pretty good one, because the range is pretty wide and a lot of hits. Just said that it has a slight blank spot in front of yourself.
I really didn't use anything else with it though, admittedly. But that spell, I spammed that.
It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful as well. I have to admit, yeah.
Alright, so those weren't all the Armatization knights we have to fight. Gonna be 3 more over here. Alright. So after that, now we go all the way to the front, because we actually started from the back side. The back entrance of Titania. So now we have to go to the front. It was actually locked this entire time, but after doing that fight, it's opened up. And that's where things get really interesting. Not the fight, but yeah, the story.
Not only the story, the fight is actually fairly interesting in one aspect, because you're getting introduced, if not even before happening, on a certain enemy. A big glowing fairy, I just mentioned. To the worst spell of this game.
Yeah. I put them in.
And this spell is horrible to fight against. We may see it, we may not see it.
Recouple introduced me to that spell. Wow. He is very strong even if you block his spells, but didn't think that would kill him.
Yeah, this is a plot that I mentioned that gave me trouble staying alive.
Opposite got hit by that, seriously? Alright, so we're back in the Earth Pulse again. This time it's not with Lava Set in your arms, and there actually are enemies here. These little Spectre guys here are really troublesome because you have narrow passages to walk around, and they can easily get you into an encounter if you don't watch what you're walking. Those snakes there too move. They're probably the fastest enemies in the game. If they're not, then well, besides stag beetles, I'm not gonna count them. But I should say the fastest tracking enemy in the game. They're extremely fast. So if you don't watch it and keep to the walls, they can easily get you into an encounter. Also, remind me, what was that spell's name in English? I know what it is in Japanese, but...
Oh, I cannot pronounce that name. It's... the big minefield self-exploding area spell.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of...
description for it.
It's something drops.
Insubstantially? That's what it's called?
Yeah, that's the name.
Huh. That's the unofficial name, Recover.
But it's accurate.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate from
That's
what
a
I've seen
sad
of it.
story. If you haven't seen that spell, then just for the fun of it, if you are in front of that boss fight, apparently only hard difficulty and higher he is actually using it, which I actually didn't know about before, but I never played on normal, to be fair. Just try this fight on hard or higher and see the spell and look at the damage. You're probably gonna laugh like half an hour yourself before moving on.
Well, didn't go in for some reason. Also, there's a lot more areas to go into compared to the last time you were here. This place can be a maze. Now, it kind of makes sense that they don't give it to you unless you're playing on hard, because when you increase the difficulties, the enemy levels actually get higher.
It could be the level thing, yeah, actually, indeed.
'Cause,
that's a good point.
The officer does get that spell, but it's like a really, really late spell for him. And I've heard, like, Laphicet's size of the spell is nothing compared to his Anomanat's size. From what Recouple told me. I did notice that though, because I've seen like the same spells used before, but there was like different sizes of it. Like a late game boss, Milkior, I forgot what that spell is called, but there's a spell he'll use when you get him to about half health that he tries to use a lot, and you have to get a lot of hits on him because he has iron stances, and it's like this gigantic purple sphere. And it is huge.
Oh yeah, gravity well.
Yeah. I've seen like 3 different sizes of that same spell.
So they're actually different sizes depending on the difficulty setting. Oh boy.
Wait, really?
I mean, or you only mean between characters?
I meant through like different enemies and bosses I was fighting.
Ah, okay.
But I was saying different sizes of it. Like, it's still big and normal. I've seen it.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't have been wondering or wouldn't be surprised with having different skill sets.
Oh boy.
Based on the enemy level actually, and then also sizes on the difficulty setting. No surprise here by now.
Yeah, there's another case of the specters just not being visible, but they're there. And that made me get into an encounter.
Yeah, that's your typical habit of invisible enemies. If you know where they are and you don't see them, expect them to be there. Most enemies don't use that ability actually. I think specters are actually more or less the only ones that really utilize the invisibility. Others appear and disappear in like short intervals.
I've seen it
For the most part.
Those enemies with the heads. I've ran into them before that way. The skeletons.
Ah, it could be possible, yeah.
I haven't really ran into that with like the fairies though. In my experience, they only disappear if they see you.
Yeah, when they warp. Or prepare to warp, teleport.
This next boss is very annoying too. And probably the tankiest boss in the game.
I find him actually the easiest one to dodge.
Yeah, he's not hard to dodge. I'm just talking about like his HP and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just has health and defense for days.
Yeah, he's the one that does on the quartz boots.
But he's also pretty easy to burn.
Yeah.
Please.
I make sure to do that.
Burn is an amazing status ailment that you can use, definitely. It has so much usage in such amazing amount of cases.
He doesn't start with a lot of
This-
soul in his soul count, so I break soul like as soon as I start this with Eleanor and Rokuro.
なんだこいつは。
ゴーマが何と今混じり合ってる。なんだってスカーレットエッジ食らい殺す。
That's his break soul move right there. Like those little sharp tentacles he has on the little plant on his back, he just swings them in a bunch of directions. There's also a safe spot with it. If you stay to the left of his face right here, it will never hit there. Also, it's kind of hard to tell when this boss is stunned because he's so huge. The stars that usually appear above their head, if you're not paying attention, you really won't see it. It's so hard, it's so easy to miss, I really don't even use it as a reference anymore. If he's stunned, his head will just be down. And I just do that instead.
Also, you don't. You want to make sure that on his left side, where the snake head, I think it's the snake head, is. You don't want to stand at that side because that snake head has a bubble attack, which is actually also status ailments inflicting.
Yeah.
I think it's poison or fatigue. I'm not 100% sure what it was.
I think it was poison. It is water, so it makes sense if it was poison.
Yeah, makes sense.
Can't seem to burn him. Just strange. Something wrong with Aizen? What's going on? Why aren't you attacking? Oh, there he goes. Yeah, he was just goofing off. Yeah, that's the thing. I always check my stats about my strategies and stuff. It's like, okay, did I turn all his arts off? Why is he not attacking? He was just back there goofing off. And it's really important to have him to chain this guy. He does a lot of
I
damage.
think he was too low on HP in this case.
I turned his strategy to not worry about that, so he shouldn't be.
Oh,
doing that.
okay, yeah, then never mind me then.
Oh no. I'm in a bad position. Just a slow, tanky boss. That's all this guy is. Okay, I'll do that then. Alright. I usually try to save him for like the end of the fight, but it's gotten kind of out of hand, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my soul bottle here. The bronze chest I got before I got here had 3 of them in there, so right now I actually have 4. I've been trying to be a little stingy with them, but he ain't giving up nothing, so forget it. That's really strange. I haven't been able to get a burn on him. In practice, I'd get one so often. There we go. He's almost dead, though. That's so strange. Hey, stayed on the safe side. Nice. His burn wore off. Rip hit stun. And yeah, when he's near death, he'll use this little poison gas attack. That can be kind of annoying because the AI falls for that a lot. And there's not much I can do to stop them from getting
Yeah, the only safe area is pretty much in front of him for that time. And the AI kind of like tries to flank or back attack, if you may will.
I hate that.
They run straight into it.
I hate that so much. I got a burn right when he was about to die, a second one.
Oh boy.
That fight usually goes faster if I get burns in, because it's really easy to combo him a lot, but those are one of those strange moments where I really wasn't getting anything. Believe...
And hey! One of the worst enemies in the game.
Melchior?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he always starts this fight with that firewall. He always starts with that.
This guy is like, I mean, he is more or less alone, but from a caster perspective, he's probably the most dangerous and annoying caster in this game.
If you let him.
If you let him. So, Maglio can work wonders against him on the first side. In this fight, particularly, he's not that much dangerous, but be sure we're gonna see him again.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
More like sidekick is extremely dangerous.
And this is the other slave from the beginning of the game that Teresa had. Artorias took away the one that Teresa had and gave it to Melchior, since she was kicked out. Gonna use this chain. He actually has a void resistance here, so... Oh, nice. Look at that damage that Aizen did. Whew. Oh boy. If you remember that spell, that's one of Magilu's Break Soul arts that she gets if she fills up her meter. And Melchior gets to use it as a regular spell.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he is one big casting guy.
It would have made more sense if Break Soul was just Magu.
Ah, I completely whiffed that. That's okay.
But then you wouldn't be able to cast spells as well.
Alright, there we go. He's way tougher than the little slave he has with him. Oddly enough, the slave is actually weak against Void. I still don't think he has a name. He's still called Number 1. I think he gets a name in like one of these skits or cutscenes.
Yeah, he gets one like right before he leaves the party. It's weird.
And onto my beloved area.
Yeah, apparently this is one of the EX areas for Zesty, correct?
This is the EX area for Zesty.
Correct.
So
Which I also utilize in one of my speedruns as well.
But the plot reason behind this is Melchior was working on pocket dimensions to start testing malevolence in and have like a safer place to do it. And then so at the end of the game, this place kind of just gets lost. So that's why when you go back there in Berseria, it's just abandoned and there's the problems on it. Try not to give spoilers.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to not spoil anything about this place, because a lot of answers to questions from Berseria, at least for me, they actually get answered here. What's going on On Hexen Island, actually.
Oh yeah. And there's a dragon right there. Hey, it looks like the same dragon I fought at the beginning of the game.
Oh, this looks actually like one of the bosses in Berseria.
Wrong dragon.
That just had a grape gel in it. Those two other bronze chests that I picked up also had 5 life bottles and 5 peach gels, which I just grab along the way since they're help you refill your recovery items. That's like the only time they're actually generous to you after doing 2 straight boss fights. They don't do that with Oscar and Teresa. To be honest, I haven't done too much of the side stuff in this game, so I actually don't know if you come back to this place. I imagine you can, but you might have to do something.
Yeah, you have to do the Eisenservice side quest before you can come back here.
Alright, Quartz Talisman. No Topaz Vest. Crust Ring. Oh god, that's 8,000. Okay, so the rest of my money's gonna go to Peach Joe's.
Oh yeah, this upcoming fight.
Yup.
I'm actually curious if you get Meteor Stormed.
Meteor Storm? No. He doesn't use that.
No? Okay, then play higher difficulty because he spams it.
Yeah, that might be a hard mode thing, my man.
Oh
I had no clue he could use
boy.
Meteor Storm. That sounds ridiculous.
Man, and the spell in this game is ridiculous. It's like covering the whole area. It's a room-wide AoE spell going on, and it's ridiculous in damage.
I actually control Laphicet for this fight. You'll see very soon. Now, this fight's another fight that you actually don't kill the boss per se. It's another one that just ends after you do a certain amount of damage to him. That's good. Alright, so for the first half of the fight, I get Laphicet in. After the first half is over, he leaves the party because of some story event thing that's happening. So all I like to do here is use Saint Bubble. It's called Blessed Drops in English, by the way. And I use this as a shotgun. I try to get close to him and use it. It does pretty good damage to him. It's weak against water, so that definitely helps. But for this first half of the fight, you only need to get him to half health. Wow, that hit Velvet for a lot of damage.
His attacks are fairly easy to dodge because he has a lot of blind spots.
Yeah.
But the bigger issue is actually his hitbox. Because if you get close and he kind of like turns around, you saw it when Lifestead was under his tail, you actually get moved away through all the way the tail to the end, and that can make positioning a little bit of an issue. Other than that, many AoE attacks, many very high damaging attacks as well, breath attack.
Okay, so right there, he tried to push us away at 1/4 the health, and he tried to use a heal spell. That heal spell comes out really fast. Like, I think he can cast it in about 1.5 seconds, and it heals a lot of health back to him. So I do what I can to try to stop that. What I did there is I paused this time to switch to Magalu because it comes out so fast. Quick switching, you can miss it sometimes, and I do not want to miss stopping him from healing. I believe he heals like 11k health if you let it happen. So for the second half, since I have some blast, I'm gonna try to get it to 3. There we go. I'm gonna get this off. Then I'm gonna switch to Eleanor. And pretty much do the same thing I did with Laphicet. Now you don't kill him, the fight will end when you take off 75% of his health. There we go. That roar attack is very annoying, by the way. So you get to see some Eleanor gameplay, controlled by me.
Oh, I'm loving to see that.
So he does it in both parts of the fight, for some reason. Alright, sidestepped it. This does really good damage against him. Oh, that's too long. Now about at half health, he'll start trying to use actual spells. And he has a firewall, and he loves to spam that. So I have another counter to that. If he gets too wild with it. I might do it if he does it. The first one. Yeah, there it is. That's the firewall. I'm gonna absorb the first one. Oh, he actually got me with that. But if he uses it again, I got something else. Got stunned. Hey, yeah, like I said, I don't think the AI has been programmed too well to block Dragon's attacks. It also has wake-up properties on this if you haven't noticed. Huh. I have never sidestepped that roar that many times. And just like that, it's over. You don't actually kill it. That's actually a dragon that you fight again, if I remember, during the dragon side quest.
Yep.
And he's much tougher, from what I've heard.
Yeah, that is actually the fight where he gets pretty serious.
I'll go over here and grab this. Now they actually make you go sleep at the end. This is the only part of the game, actually. Sleeping at an inn actually, through an event, actually recovers your blast. Because they actually make you pay for this. Strangely enough.
So it's actually connected to the payment to get BG back.
Yeah, I think it's connected to the payment.
That makes sense. Still annoying, but makes sense.
Alright, so we're back here again. This time we got a fight to do. It's in a different location. It is kind of deep inside though, but this time the barriers are gone. You don't have to worry about that. I opened up the shortcut. So, and I got the board, so it'll be a lot faster to get there. The enemies are still here though. Let's see. Yeah, the barrier puzzles are pretty overwhelming. The one in the forest aren't as bad as these. So over here to this left over here is a shortcut that I made. You could actually go this way when you first get here, but there's a wall that blocks you from going all the way across. It's a really huge shortcut. And right behind here should be a bronze chest with a lot of gold in it. Right here. 5,600. Oh, Phoenix. I still haven't fought him on this game.
No?
Nah, I still haven't.
Oh, you have to, man. You have to.
I know it's that little Norman side quest where you collect those little Norman dolls. So I've done that. And I can go back to Titania, but I know he's there. Is it true that he revives
It's a
himself?
scary fight.
So yeah, the boss is up here instead of keeping on going to the left like I usually do. And there's a gold chest right across here that I'll go get to. Called Military Hike. I'm going to give it the Laphicet. It gives a lot of focus and art attack. So Laphicet's going to be a beast in the art attack category after equipping this to him. Oh, just what I need. A boss that revives itself. I like this boss actually coming up. It's one of my favorite bosses in the run.
He's fairly interesting, indeed.
And I just equipped this for damage purposes. Alright, so if you don't know, this is actually Ifrit himself. Except he's a demon now. But the reason I spoke up earlier on why I like fighting this boss is this. You do a lot of damage here. And you get to see some level 2 Mystic Arts.
Oh, beautiful MA chain. Nice.
It pretty much becomes a Mystic Art exhibition.
Ah, you are my man. You did let Eleanor have a level 2 Mystic Art.
Yeah, he's actually weak against Void, so this actually does a lot of damage to him.
But yeah, having a full chain of Mystic Arts and as well level 2 Mystic Arts, it's a lot of damage if you can pull it off. Sadly, you didn't have stun, so that would have been perfect.
I thought it would have got in, but I was a little late on it.
Yeah,
it does a lot.
Just clipped over it.
Yeah, it does a lot more damage than that if the stun gets in. But that's okay. Yeah. He's still a very easy boss. Like usually the bosses that have that are weak against Void end up being the easiest ones. Although Rokuro there got bodied. This boss also has a Mystic Art, but you might not see it too often because he has to get a hit in. It's a really cool Mystic Art, though.
It's also a cameo Mystic Art, if I'm not completely wrong.
Don't get hit. Yeah, he did. I thought he would use this Mystic Art after that, but no. Easy enough. If I would have had the stun, it would have been faster than that. Oh yeah, you have to talk to her first. Alright, so the last few bosses are actually starting up now. Gotta go to Logris first. And this is the part of the game I mentioned earlier where you're gonna be revisiting the sewers. That won't be immediately, but it will be soon. There is one fight I have to do before I go into the sewers. But this is the part of the game where Artorias is starting to take control over everybody. That's why everybody looks like that. What was it? Yeah, it just goes perfectly into it. I keep forgetting that. Oh yeah, and at this point, characters in your party start learning revive spells. But you don't need them. Yeah. I keep forgetting I don't have two. I have to use a burn charm. That's good enough. It'll just be one enemy, but the enemy has annoying resistances. You can't use void moves on them because of the resistance it has. It doesn't have any elemental weaknesses either. All of its weaknesses you'll have to do through typing.
Oh, these angels.
Yeah, so Swallow Dance works the best. Since it's a flying type. Not bad. Alright, so now we go to the sewers. Most broken Tales of character, I give that medal to Max from Tales of Eternia. Aqua Spiral is ridiculous. After all buffing and everything goes through, he can do about 6,000 damage each, and Aqua Spiral hits about 5 times each. And it's very spammable. Now, I used to drain that area over there because there's actually a board over there, but it's actually slower to get because there's a warp circle right over here that takes you to the end. So, I just go ahead and forget about even grabbing that. And these two places are separate, so there's another geoboard pointed here. This is the area where I fought the second Eleanor fight, but we're going to go a little bit deeper in there. Where you can fight, instead of one angel, there'll be 3 angels. Alright, so what I want to do here is try to keep them as close to each other as possible. Their spells actually hurt a lot if you let it happen. It's one of those times where they have a low level spell, but it actually hurts a lot. Alright. Killed one pretty quickly. I got lucky and got a chain set up. So I went ahead and used my Mystic Art there. It was only level 1, so it only took away 3. So I still have 1 left. Which I can easily get back. Break Souls recover your blast gauge a little bit. So it's not too hard to get Velvet's Blast back into position to use another Mystic Art. Ooh. Wish that other angel didn't get away. Whoa. She must have got hit by a spell. Alright. One more left. And this Break Soul should kill her. Nice. Okay, so I can't warp out of this place just yet. So what I'm gonna do is in this next area here, there'll be 2 cutscenes to skip, and then I can warp back. Why not make a little in trip first? Because you do have to go back into the boat anyway. Alright, so admittedly there are only 4 bosses left in this run. So we're getting close to the end. And the next few bosses are actually in the same area as each other. Also, yeah, I can do that. I keep forgetting I can just warp to the gate here. So I have to walk out. Alright, we're gonna go through that cave where I fought Medusa again, but there's another exit to it that I couldn't go to before. Now it'll take me out into a completely new area I've never been before. Straight ahead here. You couldn't go through here before. Alright, so this place is pretty huge, but I don't get the rearboard point until the next area. And yeah, there are those wolves there too. Oh yeah, get familiar with these enemies here because you're going to be seeing a lot of them clumped up together here very soon. Oh god, the Spectre again.
Oh wow, it tricked you actually. Wow.
Teleporting enemies have probably gotten me 3 or 4 times on this run.
Damn.
Yeah, they are pretty ruthless and awful.
I'm not worried about specters though.
Oh yeah, right. Pretty soon up, your run in the showcase actually died.
Yep. I'm still
Doing
quick.
the sugar.
I'm still quick saving. I'm still quick saving.
I would. I would too.
That is never happening again. I said, and I meant it. It is never happening to me again.
ここねえそう
That was embarrassing. Oh snap.
What happened?
My audio.
What's
Okay.
with your audio?
That was very strange. Oh my god. Okay, I fixed it. Yeah, I hope nobody was trying to chill. That's all I'm gonna say.
Rip headphone users, you
Yeah.
say?
My audio
Okay,
just went
I have the
static.
stream muted.
Yeah.
So...
The audio went static for a second.
Ouch! Okay, I'm glad I have the stream muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's I don't know what causes that, honestly. It's just a random occurrence with me. But yeah, that was some weakling they make you fight in this place. I don't know why. But he's very easy. Like, everything I already have set up works really well against him. But we're at the point in the game where you just talk to all your party members before the big fight. Every RPG's got that moment.
Rokarol's dialogue here is actually fairly interesting and I liked it.
Tried all those times to make a sword like a stand-up Shigure. And the guy ends up smithing using his helmet, his whole body. No, it wasn't his head. It was first his head, and then he used his body.
Yeah.
He made himself
Head
into a sword.
It was head and the strongest metal in the world, and then he used himself.
And Eleanor
So
there is
going
playing
the mile and then some.
Yeah. So at that point, in there, Eleanor was playing hide and go seek with Komaana. And there was a chest down there. That bronze chest had a 10k gold in it. So I'll make sure to pick that up. Alright, I make my shopping trip here because I make sure to get that gold chest first. I hope there's a mithril blade here. There is not. There's topaz though. I'll just take that as a replacement. Get mithril boots. Yes. Not really much of anything else. Almost went the wrong way. I'd say money routing is pretty important, but how much you have to spend is unpredictable. Because the equipment you get in shops are completely random. You have no clue what you're gonna get. That's also a chest with another soul bottle. Okay. I thought those specters were gonna fool me again. But yeah, I kind of just grab as much money as I can if they're not too far out of the way. Because you just don't know what the shops are going to give you. And That in there has a really valuable belt for Velvet. Gives her a lot of art attack.
Let's see, John Dark?
Yeah, it has a really weird name. I forgot what it was called. Sounds like it's a French name. Is Shigure a difficult boss? Not really. I've made him seem difficult before, but he's not difficult at all. He still has that weakness to fire that he did last time. The first one I'd say is harder than the second. Because the second time around when you fight him, you can actually counter his mystic art, so that's pretty much never a thing ever again. As long as you have Rokuro in your party, of course. Because he can counter it himself. If you don't have him in, then you get hit by it.
Yeah, Rokuro has a special interaction in the upcoming fight. When you have him in the active party.
It's the best.
That as well, indeed, yeah. I had no idea that was actually a thing until I tried to get my platinum trophy, where you have to see like every mystic art, and I read about it and I was like, oh really?
Oh, you have to see that one
I'll
too?
try that out.
Yeah, it's a specific mystic art.
I don't know if you have to see it, but it is mentioned.
These centipedes here are really fast. The bane of my existence is coming soon.
Yeah, if anyone has trouble with Shigure here in the second fight, on what difficulty, whatever, and it's mainly because of the MA, make sure you have Rokuro alive in your active party. He will nullify the MA completely.
Every single time. There's not a certain limit to it either.
That as well, yeah.
Alright. I think, yeah, you get out of the cave here. Alright, so this cave and the next area are actually like different places. There will be this really long narrow passage that I have to go through. Now, this is the part that I brought up before. There are enemies galore in this place. So I'm going to quick save here because I've actually died here. And if I die, I can't retry it like it is a boss fight. So I'm going to do me a quick save here.
Yay!
Yeah, this area is brutal.
I knew it!
Oh, ouch. Problem with dangerous encounters is escape time is lengthened.
Yeah.
So you need longer to escape.
It was the last set of them too. I got away though. See, that's what would happen last time I died here, but when I was like 1 inch from escaping, everybody got stunned at the same time. I have no clue how that happened. But they all died at once, within a split second. Stuns are just that lethal in this game.
Yeah, the stun multiplier is the same as in previous Tales games. It's double damage. And if you are that low level and under-equipped, and especially in a dangerous encounter where the enemy level gets scaled up, then you are pretty much dead.
Take that from burn charm. And the mythic boots. There we go. Alright, so there's 2 new arts that I'm going to be using on this guy. Unfortunately, I forgot what their names are in English. So I'll just call it, there's a burning kick, and there's a burning kick that juggles. I'll just say that. Now this roundhouse kick here does a lot of damage, but it has a lot of lag on it. Soaring Dragon. What a name. It also has wake-up properties. Forgot to mention that. So that's why I can just do away with Water Snake's Wake and just use that. And as I will be using it for majority of the upcoming bosses. There it goes again. Surprised he hasn't used his Mystic Art yet. He usually likes using it after his Break Soul, but his Break Soul is easy for me to dodge. But my partners... Ah, that was my fault. Rip Rokro. Still no Mystic Art. Yeah, I had 1 HP, so even if I sidestepped that, it wouldn't have mattered. Rokro, stop dying, please. Not to build up my blast again. Wow. I'm actually gonna do this without him using a Mystic Art. Okay, so that's it with that.
No missed card. Huh.
I didn't get to use my Mystic Arts on him because I died. That would have made that faster. But yeah, he's done with. He's dead at that point. Just leaving his cat there. If you ever played Tales of Berseria, that cat might be a little familiar to you.
Indeed it is.
Alright, so we're not done with here. A little bit farther and we'll fight another boss. Not too much to say about this place. There's really no puzzles or anything, you just walk through. And I can't use my board here because the point is actually here, but it's near the end. I mean, she joins you as soon as you beat her a third time. They didn't teleport here. Also, those lizard paladins are kind of fast too. I think they can still move faster than you. After all the speed ups. No teleports.
頂上が見えた。メルキオルがいるならあそこね。
気をつけい。あのジジイはしぐれと違って正面からは来んぞ。
You don't pay attention to fat things. I remember the cutscene when you meet that cat. So that's why I recognized this cat when I played this game.
I was happy to see her.
Because I forgot who, but one of the characters in Zestiria actually calls the cat fat, and she comments on it. They call the cat fat in this game too. I was like, oh, fat cat, fat cat. Oh, it's the same one. Now we can finally use the board, but we're already close to the boss. Now I already saw some people in chat saying, "Oh no, this next boss." But in the speedrun, he's not really that big of a threat, believe it or not.
All right, show me.
You'll see.
Because I have nightmares from this guy. Like, for
I mean, if you
real.
play on Chaos, I'm sure he's a nightmare because he casts spells and he gets decreased spell times in Chaos. But he's really nothing. I'm actually not going to switch anybody out this time. I'm just going to do a 4-chain this time. Rokuro's level 2 Mystic Art coming up is actually Win. Oh wait, no, that's right, he died. I forgot. Rip. I was just gonna say that would have been effective against him. But yeah, rip that idea. I kept forgetting he keeps dying to Shigure, so I can't do that. I wasn't paying attention to his gauge, but that's fine. As you can see, his health. Oh, I used this mystic art. Well, you get to see this. You didn't get to see the Ifrids.
Which is actually fairly interesting, because from the looks of it, it seems like he has a water amortization. But he's using an ice spell, and ice spell is earth and water together, so
yeah.
I still don't get what amortization type he actually is.
Yeah, Magilu actually mentioned that he's known for his expertise in ice spells.
Yeah.
In one of the cutscenes. I'm pretty sure it was the one as soon as you enter this place.
That could be possible.
Oh, I couldn't stop it. He cast that one a little bit faster than the other one, but the spell I was trying to stop him from using before is way more dangerous than that one. It was that gigantic blue sphere attack I was, not blue, purple sphere attack I was bringing up earlier.
Oh, Gravity Well, yeah.
Yes, that one.
That one is really evil.
When I first played this game, he was destroying me with that move. Alright, so he's pretty much done. Yo! Did you see Rokuro? That's ridiculous! He went right in front of him when he was using his break soul, and he was quick stepping all of that.
Wow!
What a beast!
Wow. The man. All that juicy 1 damage. Nice.
That was ridiculous. The AI is so off and on with defense. Sometimes they just block the most obvious. They don't block the most obvious attacks, but they're over here quick stepping like the actual hard to avoid ones. That upsets me so much.
AI definitely the better survivor. I can assure you that. It's especially funny if you check your titles. Like if you're at the end of the game, check your titles of every character. There is for every character a quick step title, and check how many quick steps they have done. It's ridiculous.
But yeah, those two were the last two bosses you fight before the final boss. That's exactly where we're headed next, is to the final boss. And we head out this way. And as I said before, if you didn't get the geo board from back then when I was going across the other side of this area, you can't use a geo board here. I've actually made that mistake of not picking that up before. For some reason I forgot they were connected.
Reading donations. Oh wait, we don't have one.
Yeah, the final dungeon is extremely long. There's not much action going on in the final dungeon till you get to the final boss.
But I actually like the design of the final dungeon. Was an interesting approach.
Alright, so I mentioned earlier in the run that there are stags here, so they're probably the most dangerous enemies in this entire place to when it comes to getting into encounters. They're not hard to escape from, but rather not have to deal with them at all.
A really good advice is avoid the stag beetles at all costs if you don't familiar with them and you are not up to their level, because the stag beetles are probably one of the worst enemies in this dungeon, and they come up mostly like 4 or 5 at the time, and to deal with that many of them is really hard.
Also, I kind of want to do a check since I'm here at the final dungeon now. Actually, no, I forgot. I control the timer. I forgot that Ghoul was restreaming, so he had like hit the timer for you guys, but it's actually me doing it. I like the inside of this dungeon better than the outside. You'll see it soon. Mainly what I'm doing right now is going around and activating the portals here. These little glowing circles that I have to touch. You can also get lost very easily in this dungeon because there's a certain part of it where there's these 2 areas that look very I went the wrong way, that look very similar to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real easy to get lost in here. I blame no one who got lost here when they first played this game. That's for the rare board, which you do get not at the end, but around to the middle. But the place is so big, once you see where you get it, you'd probably be upset if you didn't get it. Yeah, you also get the level 3 Mystic Arts in this area. There are these mini bosses that you fight, and for each one you beat, you get a character's 3rd break soul. Each mini boss is tied to a character. And for that character that you unlock your 3rd break soul with, when they reach a certain level, they'll also get their level 3 Mystic Art. But the level is pretty high, it's in the 60s. And my level should be 45 amongst the entire party right now. So getting to the 60s from right here, not happening.
And also these bosses would take pretty long as well, because they are pretty beefy.
Yeah. There's a save point tutorial.
Oh, you're
Telling me how to save when I'm in the
Oh,
final
man.
dungeon.
Well, this proves pretty good routing in how to walk and avoid save points at all costs until this point. Amazing.
Yeah, a lot of areas you can take here when you first get inside are locked off and you have to activate them first. Mostly with creating bridges, destroying giant gems.
Oh yeah, just a heads up, I don't know how loud the game is, but headphone users, make sure you lower a little bit your audio. Because I blasted my ears once, and I want to be the only one. Oh boy.
These stacks,
Yeah,
man.
here we got a stack beetle battle. Wow. You see how many they are.
I forgot to mention, when you watch cutscenes, the monster sets and locations can change. I didn't see any stags there, but after that cutscene, one was really close to me. That can happen.
Yeah, the main issue why I mentioned the audio level going a little bit lower, if you activate these bridges, the sad part is they get activated all at the same time of the same color, and there are a couple of them. So the audio actually stacks onto each other and it gets sometimes a little bit loud.
Yeah.
So when I was hearing the music in this dungeon, it's an amazing track, definitely. I turned up my headphones full power and yeah, that happened.
Got baited. This is the room, by the way, that looks real samey to another room in this dungeon.
Oh yeah, you got two of these.
Yep. Alright, so I finally get the geo board here.
Yeah, I gotta go fast. I find it actually odd that the background music at this point, you may notice it, gets a little bit lower. And you hear the sound of the spiral pulse thing in the middle, but there was never an interaction with that thing actually, so I found it actually odd. The audio levels are changing because of that.
Guess they just want you to notice it.
Ah, possibly.
Alright, so now this area is over here is open. I can go through this door. Yeah, I told you, this dungeon is very long. Still not done either. But we're close to the end. Just have to break a couple more giant gems. Now imagine if you did this and they didn't give you this board, they just gave it to you like at the very, very end. That's why I said
Please not.
when they gave it to you, you're gonna feel like, yeah, you better give it to me once you do the rest of this. And this should be the last one. Alright.
Here we go.
Yup.
しょうがない。戦うとするかの。
やるからには全開。
分かったよ。援護は任せ。
No, use that first, the other one later. Alright. This is the first form of the fight. You have to fight both Artorias and Nominat at the same time. I go after a Nominat first because I can kill him quicker than Artorias. Artorias himself, I have everybody focusing on a Nominat to kill him, so there's at least one character that Artorias is after at all times. But even after you kill Nominat, it still takes a while to kill Artorias.
Yeah, Nominat is more troublesome because he's a spellcaster from start to finish basically. And he throws out mainly AoEs, high level spells. So getting rid of him is probably the best idea to make this fight as less troublesome as possible.
He's weak to fire though. I try to juggle him here. Now when he gets to half health, he's gonna try to cast Meteor Storm, so I have to be ready for that. As long as Magilu doesn't lose soul. So and yeah, Anomalon is unknown type as well. I forgot to mention that. So you cannot chain him, unfortunately. Here it comes. Wait, but I go to manual. As far as I know, that's the only time he tries to use Meteor Storm, so after that, that's pretty much done with. And they both have Mystic Arts. To my surprise, none of them have gotten a chance to use it yet. Sometimes one of the spellcasters screws up and Artorias gets one in. They're actually doing a good job at dodging him, actually. It's almost there. So, one thing I like to mention about this boss I've heard is like the worst thing in the world for people who play on Chaos because of that spell that we mentioned earlier.
It is. He spams it a lot.
And a lot of people, this is the part of the game where people love to play as Magilu because the worst thing about him is his spells, and she can absorb any and every spell that he uses. Alright, so he's done there, so we're gonna change our spells for this next part. Whoops. And I'm actually gonna switch. hurt a Rokuro. Oh, there we go. Oh, you get to see his Mystic Art. I think I'm stuck in there too, so I might get hit by some of that. Yeah, I did. But this is pretty easy. He's got a lot of HP, but it's really easy to take care of him at this point. Good God, Rokuro. Just gonna grab these.
Those juicy souls lying around.
Yeah. Thanks to Rokuro dying a lot.
Talking about good strats.
No, where are you going? Alright, there we go. I haven't seen that move in a while. Alrighty. No. No. Alright, time for the final form. A lot of people tell me this guy reminds them of Duke. How about you, chat? Does this guy remind you of Duke? From Tales of Vesperia?
I have actually no idea who Duke is, so I
Final
don't know.
boss of Tales of Vesperia.
Never seen.
Never seen him?
Nope.
Duke is a pretty good boss.
Okay.
That's his break soul. Oh yeah, I need to change my spells too. Because he's actually resistant against earth spells. He's weak against fire and wind at this point.
So Crown Fire.
Yeah, for Crown Fire would work really well. If AI Magalu would just get closer to make it effective. I could never get her to do that. And
Play a co-op run.
yeah, in a co-op run, that would be, oh man. Alright, so any soul balls I have at this point, I just dump them all in the velvet. Need to get away from everybody. But this guy has a lot of HP. Yeah, I got a burn on him. Nice. Now I can probably combo him. You want to keep this chain going for as much as you can, but it only seems to work its best when he's burned. His stun time, whenever you stun him, is so fast. It's almost non-existent. Got away. Get back here. How did you get hit by that? Come on now. Why are you standing there? Go. They're trying to get killed. Ooh. It was almost out of my reach. Only if Magilu didn't get killed. And of course, he's a final boss, so he has a mystic art. He hasn't used it yet.
Don't mention it.
Yeah. Y'all can go ahead and tell me what is winning the straw poll right now, as far as the cutscene goes. It's still
changed.
Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make sure. Just didn't want nobody in the chat saying, "Hey man, you spoiled the game for me. It didn't win." Also, when he's about to die, there's this really weird attack that he likes to use, where it covers like a huge portion of the field. I don't even know what it's called. I never even paid attention, because that's all how stupid it was.
Yeah, that shiny, bright AoE field.
Yeah.
Pretty annoying. I mean, he has a lot of AoE attacks in general, overall. Pretty much everything from him. He has set patterns for each HP threshold part, every 25%. So you can kinda like expect what's coming up when you see the first attack. It's still annoying to deal with.
Just need a stun. This guy wears me out.
A long fight.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely, yeah. This guy is legit beefy, hands down. He can tank up a lot of hits and a lot of combos.
Alright, he's burned.
Oh,
Yeah.
sweet.
That might do it. Yep, that's ripped for him.
Nice.
GG. Alright, 6:30, 19. Alright.